Hello everyone, my dear followers. Today I want to welcome you to the second season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with GAARA. Remember, if you want a third season, you have to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, without further ado, I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Hinata would be all alone if we both meet our end by GAARA, he said. Kiba chuckled. She'd kill to be here protecting Naruto, but I'm glad she isn't. This is too much for her. Hell, it's too much for us, he said as they rounded a corner. Shino then stopped running, prompting Kiba to do the same. She's here, he said solemnly. Initially confused, the Inuzuka heir opened his mouth to protest. It was then, however, that he heard a nervous buzz emanating from the bug Genin's jacket. His insects were reacting, which could only mean that his claim had been correct. Moments later, further confirmation presented itself in the form of echoing footsteps in the distance. Both boys swallowed nervously as the sound grew ever closer. Eventually, a figure emerged from the shadowy hallway. As expected, it was GAARA that now stood before them. She looked to be somewhat perturbed, as her lips were pulled into a strained line and her eyes were slightly narrowed. Shino and Kiba simply stared at her for a time, earning an icy glare in return. "Step aside now and I won't mash you into paste," she said bluntly. Kiba stepped forward and drew a kunai. "Not gonna happen, half pint. If you want Naruto, you'll have to go through us," he snapped. The redhead sighed and shook her head. "I gave you a chance," she said darkly. At this, her gourd opened and released a cloud of sand into the air. Shino and Kiba both clenched their jaws and prepared themselves for an unwinnable fight. "Why did you leave Akamaru behind this morning?" Shino asked nervously as GAARA's sand warped and levitated. Kiba pulled his hood down and bit his thumb to contain his stress. "I had a bad feeling," he admitted. His stoic teammate let out a strained laugh at the meekness of the Inuzuka heir. "For once, that sixth sense of yours was actually correct. On the bright side, it appears that she's reverted to her base state. She lacks the armor and tattoos that covered her body when she battered Sasuke," he said as optimistically as he could despite the hopeless situation at hand. Unfortunately, GAARA's seeming decrease in power would be utterly meaningless in relation to their successes against her. A faint scream suddenly registered in the eardrums of the group of ninja. The unsettling noise immediately alerted them to their surroundings. In such a large space, directionality of both movement and sound was difficult to discern, causing many reactions to such things to be more inquiry than calculated maneuvers. "Who, where, and why? Any ideas?" Kurenai asked her comrades. When nobody replied, the Jonin woman closed her eyes and scanned the area around her. It took nearly a fully minute to isolate all of the standout chakra signatures, but once she did, the search for the source of the scream became a simple task. Two specific signatures were fluctuating greatly, and one of them was flatly decreasing. Within moments, Kurenai came to a chilling realization that froze her blood in her veins. "Shino, Kiba," she whispered to herself urgently. In spite of her hushed tone, she was heard by the Anbu standing near her, one of which put a hand on her shoulder. "Calm yourself. I've been keeping track of them this entire time. They're fine right now," the cat-masked man said gently. Kurenai shook his hand from her and looked to Sasuke, who was still being healed. "Damn it, Kakashi, guy. The front lines are important, but my genin are in the jaws of the dragon. You couldn't have picked a worse time to be patriots," she thought with clenched teeth. She then turned back to the Anbu who had tried to comfort her. "Look, I know that they aren't dead yet, but the entire point is to not let it get to that point. Kiba is fading fast, and I'd rather not have a funeral on my hands," she said. Before the man could answer, another scream, louder this time, ripped through the air. Unlike the previous wail, this one caught the attention of the downed Uchiha, who immediately. Despite the protests of his healer, Sasuke remained upright and looked to Kurenai and the Anbu leader. "What the hell is going on down there?" he demanded. Opting to tell the truth rather than sugarcoat, Kurenai pursed her lips and sighed. "Kiba and Shino are being given all they can handle. Kiba in particular won't last much longer, I'm afraid," she said stiffly. At her words, Sasuke shot up to his feet. "Let me go and help them." I can get down there in less than a minute, he said. The medical Anbu stood up as well and grabbed his wrist. You aren't done healing yet. If you go down there now, you'll be torn to shreds. Your ribs are still broken, and you're still dangerously low on blood, she said in an attempt to reason with the young genin. Sasuke furiously shook his head. I'm weaker than her anyway, and remember, all we're trying to do is buy time for Naruto. I can at least let them get out of there. She can't kill me easily. Even if I'm still drained, I can at least make her work for it, he reasoned. When the woman didn't respond, he yanked his wrist free and began to run towards the entrance to the hallway system. Before he could reach it, he was seized once again, but by Kurenai this time. Let me go, Kurenai-sensei, he urged her. The jonin firmly refused and tightened her grip around his arm. Let me go instead. They're my genin, and I'm responsible for them. This is my fight, not yours, she said firmly. Unfortunately, we need you to stay, Kurenai-san. We still don't know the effects that this genjutsu has on the mind with prolonged exposure, and you're the only person here with the expertise to diffuse it on a large scale, the cat-masked man interjected. After a few tense moments of silence, Kurenai relented and released Sasuke from her grip. Try not to get yourself killed. If you do, Kakashi will have my head, she said defeatedly. The Uchiha nodded and took off running down the entrance. The collective group watched him disappear around the first corner before turning to one another. What are his chances? Be blunt, Kurenai asked. The medical Anbu adjusted her mask and sat down in one of the available chairs. I was hardly more than half done healing him. As he is now, he'll die of overexertion long before that psychotic girl kills him. Gaara's eyes shifted from side to side as she stalked her way through the weathered halls. It was nearly silent, but not quite. There were sounds. Slight sounds. Sounds that only the most trained of ears could detect. Ears such as Gaara's. The sounds in question were those of ragged breathing and dripping blood. The sounds of prey. Weak, helpless prey. Fitting with the theme, the past several minutes had been a hunt. Shino and Kiba had initially attempted to push her backwards, but upon facing the harsh reality of their situation, they resigned to a glorified game of hide and seek. The hunt's dynamic was simple. Gaara was the hawk, and the boys were the rodents. Each time she located them, they scrambled. Occasionally, one or both of them would attempt to strike her in retaliation, but for the most part, they were limited to brief, fleeting moments of engagement. During one such scuffle, Gaara had badly broken Kiba's left arm, and during another, she had opened a horrific gash on Shino's forehead with a spike of sand. It was only a matter of time until she well and truly cornered them. You may as well expose yourselves. You can't run from me forever, and even if you simply keep retreating, I'll eventually reach Naruto. Your mission will be for nothing, she called out to the hidden genin. When she received no response, Gaara sighed and closed her eyes. I wanted to draw this out, but oh well. I'll be seeing you sooner than expected, Naruto, she thought to herself as she broadened her sensory capabilities. Within seconds, she pinpointed the location of Shino and Kiba. Stepping as lightly as she could, Gaara traversed the route she had laid out in her mind until she reached her destination. When she did, she stepped around a corner and stopped. Becoming stationary targets was a poor choice, if I'm to be honest, she said. Sitting against the wall was both Shino and Kiba. The former was applying an ointment to his facial wound, and the latter was cradling his broken arm. Their injuries were vastly different, but the looks of fear they wore were identical, as would be their fate. How did you locate us? Shino asked rigidly. The redhead smirked at his question and knelt down in front of him to lower herself to his eye level. She then tapped her forehead. Something I failed to mention earlier. I'm a sensor type. I opted to shelve those abilities until now for the sake of sport, but my patience has worn thin. Sorry, boys, she said, her voice dripping with false pity. In a final act of defiance, Kiba pushed off from his sitting position and cracked Gaara across the left side of her jaw with his unbroken right hand. The strike did nothing but draw a dark laugh out of the redhead. Idiotic to the bitter end. "You've just earned yourself a broken neck," she said as sand leaked from her gourd and snatched Kiba by the wrist. Within seconds, he was pinned to the wall by both of his arms. The Inuzuka heir let out a cry of pain as his injured left arm was strained. Shino immediately moved to assist his teammate, but froze when a razor-sharp needle of sand lightly pressed into his throat. No blood was drawn, but the message was clear: go on. Take that next step. See where it gets you, Gaara challenged. Against everything he desired to do, Shino slowly settled back down and lowered his eyes to the floor. With her only remaining opponent suppressed, the Jinchuriki turned her attention back to Kiba. "I'll make this quick for you," she assured him coldly. A tendril of sand then wrapped itself around his neck and clamped down. Just as the redhead was about to clench her fist to end Kiba's life, a piercing yell echoed through the hall. "Gaara!" Gaara craned her neck to glance back over her shoulder. Standing at the opposite end of the hallway was a familiar face. Sasuke stood ready with his Sharingan active and flaring. His face was still bruised, his posture was somewhat awkward, and his breathing was staggered, but he appeared ready to fight. Fully turning her attention to him, Gaara folded her arms across her chest and scowled. "How on earth are you still on your feet? Either you were playing possum earlier, or I've lost my touch," she said. The Uchiha returned the glare and stepped forward. "Let them go. They aren't a threat to you." "Killing them is pointless," he demanded. The redhead barked a short laugh and tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear. "Are you really any more of a concern? I beat you within an inch of your life less than 20 minutes ago. And, from the looks of it, you're still feeling the effects," she said with a dark smirk. Sasuke then gripped his wrist and dropped down to one knee. "Let's find out, then," he said menacingly. Recognizing the position instantly, the slightest signs discomfort graced Gaara's features. In such a confined space, and with so little time to return to her demonic state, a blow from the Uchiha's Chidori had the potential to be fatal. Deciding to avoid such a risky gamble, the redhead released Kiba from her grip and retracted her sand needle from Shino's throat. Neither boy wasted any time in scampering over to Sasuke, who was still down on a knee. "Get out of here. Help Kurenai-sensei or go to the front lines. I don't care which. This is my fight," the Uchiha instructed them without taking his eyes off of Gaara. "And, might I remind you, one that you've already lost. Don't be a fool. Let us help you," Shino said. Sasuke shot him a sharp look. "Don't make me say it again. I'm throwing you a lifeline, and I think you'd be smart to take it," he said sternly. Before Shino could protest, Kiba nodded and took his friend by the arm. "Stay safe, man. Come back to us in one piece," he said as he led his teammate away. A few moments later, they had vanished from the hallway entirely. Once they were gone, Gaara raised an eyebrow. "That was my line you just used. Any particular reason you felt the need to plagiarize?" she asked. Sasuke stood up from his kneeling position and settled into a taijutsu stance. "Not really. I just like the way it sounds. Especially when it isn't coming out of a lunatic's mouth," he said. Any trace of humor that had been present on the redhead's face vanished in a flash. Her sand reacted in kind by flaring outward in aggressive fashion. "I've never been all that fond of jokes, and you aren't very funny," she said in a tone akin to a growl. Sasuke smirked. "Come and punish me for it. You know you want to," he goaded. Gaara's eyes then gained a golden hue. "Gladly." Sasuke wasted little time in enforcing his sole advantage of speed. Shocking Gaara with a sudden blitz, the Leaf Genin crossed the hall with surprising ease despite his diminished state. Though somewhat overplayed generally, the element of surprise served the Uchiha well. Once he was in front of his red-headed foe, Sasuke landed an upward-arching punch underneath the right side of Gaara's ribs. The strike was identical to the Uchiha's leading offensive maneuver during his and the Jinchuriki's first encounter. As it did the previous time, the punch winded Gaara and forced her backwards a step. Unlike the first time, however, Sasuke capitalized on the moment of weakness not with another kick or punch, but by leaping past the girl. Once he was assuredly beyond the reach of her most potent sand on the opposite side, Sasuke set his feet and waited for her to turn to face him. After taking a moment to catch her breath, Gaara slowly rotated 180 degrees and set her glare on him once again. Both were aware of the implications of Sasuke's success in reversing their positions. The Uchiha now stood between Gaara and the entrance to the sick hall. He represented a literal and metaphorical wall between the sand kunoichi and her true target. The new development caused Gaara's face to twist into a look of irritation. "You looked quite pleased with yourself," she said. Sasuke remained stoic and responding by sending a volley of shuriken her way. The barrage of projectiles was easily deflected by the redhead's sand, but their trajectory had opened a massive hole in her defenses. Sasuke had deliberately aimed the flurry as a split directed at both sides of Gaara. Her sand had parted down the middle to cover her right and left. Before the Jinchuriki could correct her mistake, her head was turned to the side by a lunging, straight punch from Sasuke's right hand. The leaf genin then flipped backwards to avoid being crushed by Gaara's murderous sediment. "And you look pissed," he finally replied once he had returned to a static position several meters away from her. The redhead rubbed the side of her head and inhaled deeply through her nose to calm herself. Her patience was reaching its limit, and maintaining composure appeared to require a fair amount of effort. "I think I said this before, but you're like a housefly. You can't hurt me reliably, but you're quick and irritating. Rock Lee at least made me feel something. He hit quite hard. You, though. You just make me tighten up and flinch. It irritates me to no end," she hissed. Sasuke gave her a grin. "I'll take that as a compliment," he said. A moment later, he rushed Gaara once again. This time, something surprising occurred. While the Uchiha was once again able to easily bypass her comparatively sluggish defenses, when he went to strike the redhead, she ducked down underneath his attempted swing at her temple. As he overextended and fell forward from his own momentum, Gaara snapped her head back up. The back of her skull collided with Sasuke's jaw and turned his legs to rubber. As he staggered to regain his equilibrium, Gaara's sand seized him by the wrist and ripped him off his feet. He was promptly slammed into both walls and tossed the floor down the hall. The successive impacts initially appeared to have done little more than momentarily the leaf genin, but when he stood to his feet, he buckled and took a knee once again. He was seeing double, occasionally triple. He had suffered a concussion, and a fairly severe one at that. "I'd begun to notice a slight dip in your speed earlier, but it took a nosedive the last time you struck me. I had been wondering how it was that you had recovered from the thrashing I gave you earlier, but it appears that you actually haven't. You're simply a very good actor," Gaara said as she began to slowly stalk towards him. "You let me hit you last time," Sasuke said, feeling foolish to have not caught on sooner. The redhead smirked and knocked him backwards with a wall of sand that sent him tumbling. "You're still quicker than I am, but where you stand now is a far cry from how screamingly fast you were during the early stages of our first battle. I had no way to time your entries or your attacks. Now, you're just slow enough for me to pattern," she explained as the Uchiha dragged himself to an upright position with the acetance of the wall. His strength was waning quickly, and he knew it. Despite his weakness, the words of his teacher echoed through his mind as he stared into Gaara's cold eyes defiantly. "By my estimation, he'll be done in 12 minutes. It's been at least 9 minutes since then. I've got to last for 3 more minutes. Maybe less," Sasuke reminded himself as motivation. He still had a task to fulfill, and as impossible as it seemed at the moment, an option still remained. One that the leaf genin had used the threat of several minutes earlier. "I might as well show my hand. I've got just enough chakra for it," he thought to himself as he raggedly weaved 3 simple seals. Not bothering to grip his wrist, the Uchiha began to convert every last drop of his chakra into a current of electricity concentrated in his right hand. H then felt a sharp pain on the right side of his neck. The seal placed around his curse mark by Kakashi had broken. The tattoo rapidly spread across his body and linked to his chakra system. The invasion of the foreign power source resulted in Sasuke's jutsu changing from blue to purple in color. As this series of events unfolded, Gaara clenched her jaw and readied her sand for a collision with the monstrously powerful strike that was bound to come her way. "See Chidori!" Sasuke yelled as he forced his body to move forward. As was standard for the jutsu, the leaf genin exploded forward in a straight line at a blistering speed that the vast majority of ninja were unable to evade. Having anticipated this, GAARA had condensed all of the sand in her gourd into an incredibly compact wall in front of herself. In an instant, Sasuke slammed his supercharged right arm into the barrier with all of the force he could muster. It was a Herculean struggle. The wall proved to be mighty and sturdy. It was more akin to diamond than it was to sandstone or even steel. In the end, it was still no match for the cutting power of the Uchiha's Chidori. It broke through the wall of sand and plunged past it. For a moment, there was no sound other than the sparking crackle of the thunderous jutsu. Eventually, the wall of sand melted away to reveal the result of the clash. "You've got to be fucking kidding," Sasuke rasped in a frustrated, exhausted tone. While his face was alight with resigned indignation in the face of a final gambit gone wrong, GAARA was paralyzed with fear. Sasuke's right arm had missed her head by mere centimeters. In reality, it hadn't even missed entirely. It had indeed grazed the red-headed Jinchuriki's face, as evidenced by the horrifying, bloody gash that had been opened on her right cheek. Unfortunately for Sasuke, his jutsu fizzled out quickly, and his remaining bodily strength went with it. With his legs gone and his lungs empty, Sasuke stumbled forward past GAARA and fell to the floor. For several moments, he and GAARA simply existed irrespective of one another. After a time, however, the Jinchuriki shakily turned her head and glanced back at him. "Why, you would have decapitated me. I would have died. I would have." She stammered, trailing off numerous times throughout the shattered sentence. Sasuke tried to flip himself onto his back, but found that he was entirely paralyzed by the curse mark. "You sound surprised. This your first time on the chopping block?" he asked breathlessly. GAARA responded by reaching down and picking him up by the collar of his shirt. Her hands shook as she suspended him in the air in front of herself. "I'm going to kill you now. You've lived long enough," she said. Her voice contained traces of several different emotions. Namely, and strangely, confusion was arguably the most prominent. Almost as though the prospect of meeting her end was a foreign concept to the Jinchuriki. She then released his collar with her left hand, still holding him up with her right. Her now free left arm was then encased in a mass of sand that formed itself into a spear-like object. Once the makeshift weapon was complete, she reared back her arm and prepared to drive it through Sasuke's chest. The Uchiha closed his eyes and sighed. "This is it, I guess. I did what I could," he thought to himself solemnly. Then, GAARA stopped. Slowly but surely, Sasuke reopened his eyes. The redhead had turned her face away from him and appeared to be listening for something. Straining his ears as well, the Uchiha's eyes widened at the sound of footsteps growing ever closer. Soon enough, the maker of the echoing sound became visible, and when he did, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. "I guess my math was off," he said aloud as his teammate, friend, and present savior entered the hall. "Drop him, GAARA," Naruto said calmly. Initially, the sand kunoichi ignored the order and tightened her grip on Sasuke's shirt. At this, the blonde's eyes narrowed. "Don't make me say it again." "Put him down," he growled. Much to the Uchiha's surprise, GAARA did as she was told and let him drop to the ground in front of her. She then kicked him in the ribs forcefully. The impact sent Sasuke sliding across the floor until he skidded to a stop at Naruto's feet. "Took you long enough," the Uchiha coughed through a wince. The blonde knelt down by his side and gently moved him to the wall. After propping his friend up in a seated position, he spoke. "I would have come sooner, but I just woke up." "I'm sorry you had to take a beating," he said regretfully. Sasuke frowned. "What do you mean you were sleeping? The last half an hour's been loud as hell. Especially down here," he questioned. Naruto cast a sideways glance at GAARA, who was watching them both intently. "Kakashi-sensei put me in a genjutsu, I think. One that knocked me out. Our plan for the exams was to play the long game with Niji, and then have the fox heal me in between. He put me to sleep to make sure it worked. It still worked, it looks like. I just wish it hadn't taken so long," he explained. Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but found that his voice was gone. Exhaustion and paralysis were taking their toll. Easily recognizing his friend's condition, Naruto manually closed Sasuke's eyes. "Take a page out of my book and sleep for a bit. I'll handle her," he said. When the Uchiha didn't open his eyes and began to breathe more evenly, the blonde stood to his feet and turned to GAARA. "I don't get it," he said shortly. The redhead wiped blood from her cheek and folded her arms in front of herself. "What don't you get? Be more specific," she said. Naruto bared his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. "Why would you do that to them? You could have just knocked Kiba and Shino out. Hell, you could have just restrained Sasuke and walked past him. Why did you hurt them so badly?" he demanded angrily. GAARA flinched subtly at his harsh tone and volume, but remained blank-faced. "They got in my way. I gave them all a chance to run away, but none of them took it. I've told you before. I give my aggressors a chance to retreat, and if they oblige, I don't pursue. The three that I fought in these halls were too stupid to heed my warning," she replied. Before Naruto could respond, the redhead continued. "Also, how is it that you know of what I did to the two others? You weren't present for them like you were for Sasuke," she asked. The blonde pursed his lips rigidly. "I could feel everything that was going on. Even in my sleep. The last few minutes have been torture, and I have you to thank for that," he said. GAARA's eye twitched slightly. "You should feel fortunate that I decided to take my time. I'd have reached you long ago had I decided to be more efficient," she said. Naruto stepped forward and threw his hands up furiously. "If your goal was to kill me, why did you even bother with them? I was a sitting duck," he yelled. For the first time, GAARA's face was occupied by something other than apathy. "Because you deserved a fighting chance," she snapped emotionally. Naruto's eyes then took on a blood-red color. "And they didn't? You don't even know them. You can't go around deciding who lives and who dies. You aren't God, GAARA," he said, his rage completely unveiled by this point. His fellow Jinchuriki swallowed the lump in her throat and conjured her sand to her aid. A shift then occurred in her eyes as well. As they had once before, her irises turned gold, and a diamond-shaped pupil formed in the center. "I'll do what I must," she said stiffly as her right arm was encased in an armor of solid sand. Naruto's nails then lengthened into claws just as strange markings spread from GAARA's right arm to her face. "And I'll make you regret what you did to them," the blonde hissed. A moment later, the Jinchuriki charged at one another. They clashed in the center of the hallway, with Naruto catching GAARA's armored wrist before she could strike him with it. In a feat of immense physical strength, the blonde ripped the demonic girl off balance with nothing but his lone grip on her arm and drove a knee into her stomach. Undeterred, GAARA caught his leg before he could set it back on the ground and used it to toss him several meters down the corridor. Naruto easily landed on his feet and lowered his levels to avoid a blitz from the kunoichi. As she flew over his head, the leaf genin reached up and seized her ankle. He then forcibly slammed her down into the floor. The impact put cracks in the concrete and drew a pained cough from GAARA. The first exchange had been decisively won by Naruto. Despite this, the redhead quickly scrambled to her feet and recreated distance. It was immediately clear that Naruto as he was would be far, far more daunting than Sasuke ever could have been. He was nearly as fast, but a dozen times more powerful. Beyond that, he also appeared to be entirely immune to the subtle suppressing effect of GAARA's vile chakra. With this in mind, the demonic girl retreated several steps to plan her next assault more carefully. Before she could even begin to formulate a strategy, Naruto took initiative. "Don't run," he bellowed. A split second later, he appeared in front of GAARA and snapped her head back savagely with a crushing, right-handed punch. The redhead staggered back a few steps in a daze before regaining her wits. It was already too late to avoid the follow-up strike, unfortunately. As she tried to reposition her feet, GAARA was swept to the floor by a kick to her ankle. Naruto then heaved her from the ground by her neck and hurled her into the wall at the end of the corridor. GAARA bounced off the wall painfully, but retained her senses this time. Anticipating a prolonged attack, the kunoichi dove to her left. As expected, Naruto flew through the space where she had been and slammed his fist into the wall. The foundation of the stadium shook from the impact of his punch. As he turned to face her, Gaara landed her first meaningful strike in the form of a slash across his face with her armored claws. The swiping blow opened a cut above his left eye and caused him to flinch. Taking the opportunity to ensure her safety, Gaara leapt backwards and rounded a corner. What she saw upon doing so was relieving. There was daylight. A back exit at the end of the sick hall. The few scuffles that had occurred between herself and the blonde had made it abundantly clear that the battle was unwinnable in a confined space, but open ground improved her chances monumentally. By the time Naruto had made his way around the same corner, Gaara was already standing a fair distance outside of the stadium near a district area. "If that's how you want it, then fine," he growled before pursuing her out into the open. Once he was also outside of the confines of the arena, the redhead jumped up onto the roof of a nearby building. Naruto followed suit and effortlessly scaled to the peak of a structure across from Gaara. Then, there was silence. "I never thought of you as a runner," the blonde finally growled. Gaara shook her head and stretched out a hand. A massive cloud of dust and small particles then rose up from the street below and formed themselves into a cloud at the kunoichi's back. She had acquired more sand for herself. "I'm not. I simply know where my advantages lie." There was an old saying that Gaara had heard years ago. One that she had only realized the reality of in recent times. Times so recent, in fact, that she had still not fully grasped the weight behind the concept in question until the present moment. The saying was a simple one, but incredibly pertinent. Strength bludgeons, but speed kills. As it turned out, those words were less a theory than they were a fundamental truth of combat. Both halves of the statement were being applied to Gaara. Naruto was monumentally faster, more physically imposing, and unflappably aggressive. Every time the blonde made up his mind to unleash upon the sand kunoichi, there was little she could do to prevent him from striking her cleanly at least once. In line with this trend, Naruto slammed his fist into the center of her forehead and sent her sliding back across the streets of Konoha. While Gaara was able to keep her footing despite the impact, it mattered little. She had closed her eyes in anticipation of the impending blow to her face, and as she tried to reopen them, Naruto's knee collided with her solar plexus. Coughing painfully, the redhead shrunk in on herself and backed away from her foe. Like a shark in the presence of a wounded seal, Naruto increased his forward pressure to catch up with her. In a desperate attempt to ward him off, Gaara planted her feet and speared out her armored right hand. Due to Naruto's reckless forward charge, the blind swing landed cleanly and snapped his head back. Unfortunately for Gaara, it did nothing to halt his advance. A moment after having been hit, the blonde stepped into her space and unreeled a long, left-handed punch that connected behind Gaara's right ear. The odd placement of the strike caused the demonic girl to stumble forward. She caught herself with her hands before she could faceplant, but was met with a knee to the bottom of her chin for her troubles. The strike stood her up straight and returned her to Naruto's line of fire. As such, she was promptly clattered by two punches to both sides of her jaw. The short combination sent her reeling backwards down onto her rear end. Gaara glared up at Naruto as he walked towards her. As she looked upon his face, she was struck by how unhappy he looked. She had fully expected to see a slew of negative emotions, but something more akin to simple vengefulness was far closer to what she had had in mind. Instead, the Leaf Genin wore a look of restrained discomfort. He looked unsure, if only slightly. It was greatly confusing. He was winning, and rather easily at that. The list of reasons he could have for being uncomfortable was short, and the only plausible answers felt unlikely. Now was not the time to be pondering such things. Gaara was in dire straits. She was outsped, outgunned, and outslicked. She had indeed anticipated, and to some extent, planned one-inging her fellow Jinchuriki in combat at some point during the invasion of the Leaf, but she had not known how hopeless an endeavor it truly was. The redhead had used Sasuke Uchiha as an analog for how powerful Naruto likely was, but she had failed to consider the possibility that the upper limits of his tailed beast were far beyond those of her own. "How wonderfully brutal you are, Naruto. Full of surprises, as always Gaara thought to herself fondly as she rose to her feet and made several hand seals. The motion made Naruto hesitate momentarily, which afforded the redhead enough time to unleash one of the few jutsu she had ever bothered learning. Wind style, great breach, she yelled. She then released a massive blast of concentrated wind that ripped Naruto off his feet and sent him sailing backwards rapidly. Alongside launching the blonde backwards, the jutsu also destroyed the vast majority of the street the Jinchuriki had been fighting on for the past 8 minutes. The asphalt was torn from the ground and thrown in every direction, the fronts of the businesses and residences were shattered and ripped, and citizens that had retreated into said buildings were now panicking. Few, if any, were genuinely injured, but hysteria was setting in. As they all screamed and ran for cover, Naruto picked himself up from the hole his body had punched in a local store. His face and arms were now covered in cuts, because the surface he had crashed through had been a glass viewing window. While he was superficially damaged, he appeared to have suffered no ill effects from the jutsu in spite of the tight quarters in which it had been performed. After waiting for the civilians to retreat from the premises, he walked his way back into the earshot of Gaara. For the first time since the beginning of their violent encounter, there was a lull. Previous engagements suggested that it may have been at the behest of Naruto, given his extreme advantage in closing speed. A lonely gust blew through the area between them. You're comically difficult to get rid of. At point-blank range, Great Breach should have at least broken your sternum, Gaara said after a few moments of silence. Naruto wiped a drop of blood from one of his insignificant cuts and flicked the plasma to the ground at his feet. In more ways than one. I've had to be tough. You know why, he said. The redhead tilted her head to one side and folded her arms in front of herself. I do, and equipped with that knowledge, I feel like I'm more qualified than the rest of those wretches to finally put you out of your misery, she replied. Naruto's pre-existing scowl strengthened. That's just weak. Why would I ever want to be put out of my misery? That's the same as giving up, he said. His fellow Jinchuriki arched her brow and let her arms drop back to her sides. You consider death a form of submission? How interesting. I suppose that means I've broken the wills of many people in my day, she said morbidly. Naruto's face took a surprising shift towards a look of depressiveness at her words. You know, I told you that your name didn't make you ugly a few weeks ago, and I meant it. But now, I think I might have been wrong. At least, as you are now, he said, his tone slightly more subdued than his red eyes and fangs would suggest he was capable of being. Sweet as you were that night, you never changed my mind, Naruto. I'm vile and detestable. A murderer, a liar, and a freak. And you, my unfortunate friend, are going to drown in my pain, Gaara snarled back at him with a sudden degree of aggression. At this, her body gained a red outline and her pale gold eyes flashed. In a burst of speed unlike anything she had shown beforehand, she closed the distance between herself and Naruto. Once she was in front of him, she stung him with a committed punch to the left side of his jaw. Due to her use of her armored side for the blow, Naruto's knees buckled upon impact. Taking full advantage of her first moment of real success, Gaara followed up by conjuring a mass of sand from the surrounding rubble and converting it into a tendril that wrapped around the blonde's neck. Naruto was then hoisted into the air and flung backwards harshly. Though he was able to land on his feet, his neck was still snared, and when he braced himself for what he expected to be an attempted strangling, he was ripped back towards Gaara mean-spiritedly. He was promptly run into Gaara's armored fist, which she buried in his stomach. The blonde winced at the pain, but remained poised. Taking advantage of the fact that he and the demonic girl were now in close quarters, Naruto reached forward and seized her right wrist and began to pry her hand from his abdomen. After a brief struggle, he was able to pull her arm off to the side. From there, the Jinchuriki engaged in a contest of physicality. Despite having won such clashes easily in previous scuffles, Naruto was immediately struck by the large increase in strength Gaara had experienced. You're still weaker than me, he growled. Before the redhead could respond, a visible aura of burning chakra flared out from Naruto's body. He then stepped into the girl and locked a vice grip around her waist. He picked her up off the ground and rotated her over his hip, slamming her brutally into the asphalt ground. Gaara hacked up a bit of blood as her back hit the solid surface, and unlike before, she didn't immediately scramble to her feet. Naruto capitalized on this by establishing control over her and kneeling down on her stomach. "I'm not drowning yet," he growled. Gaara glared up at him and struggled against his weight for several moments before seeming to give up. Oddly, her hard stare then softened to a gaze. "Are you going to kill me, Naruto?" she asked simply. The question was a straightforward one. It required only a one-word answer. For reasons that were difficult to identify, though, Naruto struggled to reply. By this point, Gaara was simply laying flat on her back with her arms at her sides. The right side of her face was still tattooed, and her eyes were still golden, but her expression was reminiscent of her more serene moods. The tension and antagonization was gone. "Something wrong? Cat got your tongue?" she asked softly as Naruto glowered over her. The blonde flinched at the strange tenderness of her voice. "Shut up," he hissed. Much to his chagrin, Gaara simply chuckled at his demand. She then shifted a bit underneath him to alleviate the pressure on her abdomen. "I'm giving you every opportunity to end this fight, Naruto. You're stronger than me, that much is clear. I likely can't win this fight. I'd really rather not let this drag on any longer than it needs to," she said. Naruto then stood up from on top of her, but not before seizing her tunic and lifting her up with him. "Why's that? You were perfectly willing to torture my friends. What makes me any different?" he asked. "I respect you. You deserve to be treated gingerly. Even in death," she replied. Naruto tightened his grip on her tunic at her words. "Not sure why you think that, but all it tells me is that you don't give a damn about human life," he said. The redhead shrugged her shoulders. "I've never been given a reason to. They don't value me, or you, for that matter. Eye for an eye, Naruto. Do unto your peers as they do to you," she said. The blonde shook his head and tossed Gaara back to the ground. "If I lived that way, I'd have killed more people by now than you will in a lifetime," he said. His fellow Jinchuriki stood back to her feet and dusted herself off. "How cruel you are to make me continue. Perhaps you and I have even more in common than I had previously thought," she mused. The blonde's scowl returned. "I'm nothing like you." "Nothing at all," he snapped. Gaara sighed and brushed back her disheveled hair from her eyes. "If that were true, you'd have killed me just now. You've never known familiarity, and now that you've gotten your first taste, you can't let it go." "Trust me, I know the dash," she said. Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto silenced her with a cracking punch to the right side of her jaw. The blow sent Gaara stumbling backwards, but she managed to right her posture by using an electrical line support pole for balance. "Quit running your mouth like you know me. We met a month ago, and we talked a few times. That's it. You don't understand me the way you think you do. Just because I'm a Jinchuriki doesn't make us friends or even acquaintances. We're enemies now. We always have been. We both know it." Naruto seethed as Gaara rubbed her jaw. His words, for the first time, seemed to have a noticeable effect on the stoic girl. For the briefest of moments, her face fell. Her eyes turned down to the ground, her arms went limp, and her bottom lip even seemed to quiver. All of these things vanished as quickly as they had come. They were quickly replaced with the same stonewall that always occupied Gaara's face. It was as though he hadn't even spoken. "Should you choose to believe that, I can't stop you. Still, I would rather this be a sprint rather than a marathon," she said numbly. Naruto then glanced down at his palm and began to focus chakra into it. A few moments later, a loud ball of spiraling energy appeared in his hand. "Fine by me." Kakashi heaved a deep breath as he and Guy repelled another group of enemy shinobi. Their service on the front lines had been short up to now, but the sheer volume of the work being down made it all feel like an endless eternity. Wave after wave of shinobi. Most were fairly weak, but the concept of strength in numbers was one that rang true. Konoha's forces were indeed more powerful. They were better trained, better drilled, and far sharper in response to commands. Despite this, the sheer difference in the size of their respective forces was allowing Suna to compete, and Konoha was wearing down. How on earth did they manage to sneak such a massive force into the land of fire? This is preposterous, Guy complained while he battered 3 men at once. The silver-haired responded by kicking his friend's legs out from under him and knocking him to the ground. The lowering of Guy's levels saved his life, as an enormous shuriken ripped through the space where his neck had been. Nice save. Thank you, Kakashi, he said gratefully, springing back to his feet as he spoke. Kakashi nodded and launched a volley of kunai at an approaching platoon to repel them. Yeah, no problem. As for how they got an army this size past the border, I've got no idea. The daimyo would usually catch that kind of thing. Bribery, maybe, he said. Guy shook his head and broke a man's jaw with a crushing punch. I'd certainly hope not. Political treachery is a headache for us jonin. So many escort missions. The Third World War was awful for its violence, but it was made even more tedious by the pettiness of it all, he said in a disgusted tone. The silver-haired ninja thought back to the time and cracked a reminiscing smile. We weren't much older than our genin are now back then. They aren't jonin, or even chunin, but they've still got a lot on their plate, he said. Guy nodded in agreement and pivoted around a charging kunoichi. How do you think they're doing? Niji is currently being treated in the hospital for a broken jaw, and Lee is somewhere among this chaos with Tenten. Your team, though. They have quite a task, he asked. Kakashi exhaled through his nose and drew a kunai that he then used to impale a pair of ninja. Sakura is holed up in a shelter with her parents, so she's safe, but Naruto and Sasuke are a question mark. Either Naruto is dead, and by extension, so is Sasuke, or Sasuke bought him enough time. If it's the latter, Sasuke may still be dead, or at least injured, but Naruto is almost certainly engaging GAARA as we speak, he explained. Guy gave his comrade a look of sympathy. Quite a stressful thing to have on your mind during combat, he pointed out. The copy ninja pursed his lips and disarmed a soldier that appeared to be a child, letting the young one go after the fact. If I'm being optimistic here, which is probably best for my health, then I probably don't have a ton to worry about. I doubt GAARA can beat Naruto. He's absolutely monstrous when angered, for obvious reasons. And if he's alive, he probably knows what GAARA inevitably did to Sasuke, he said, speaking more to himself than Guy. Optimism is good, but realism is better. What do you think is going on back there? Do you believe your boys are alive? His flamboyant friend asked. Kakashi glanced at him for a moment. Yeah, I do. Call it blind faith, or maybe even arrogance, but I doubt she made quick work of Sasuke, and if she didn't, Naruto is hell on wheels, he said confidently. Guy smiled and slapped him on the back. That's the spirit. Now then, let's clean up the rest of the trash, he encouraged. The pair then charged forward to engage what looked to be the last of Tsunade's forces. Within minutes, they reduced the group of enemies to a pile of unconscious bodies and corpses. Once the work was seemingly done, they both took a knee and attempted to catch their breath. That wasn't very fun past the first 5 minutes, Kakashi wheezed. Guy, who was renowned for his endurance, nodded in agreement. Yes, that was most unpleasant. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, he said in a breathless voice. Before the copy ninja could reply, another voice chimed in. I think another wave is coming. Both jonin looked to their left, where they spotted an exhausted-looking Asuma pointing north. Sighing heavily, they looked in the direction their shinobi was pointing. Indeed, there was a distant group of ninja approaching rapidly. They'll be on us in 2 minutes or so, Kakashi calculated aloud. Guy leapt back to his feet as energetically as he could. Consider it a challenge, boys. We have more cleanup to do, he announced to what remained of the front line. A collective groan radiated through the fighting force. Kakashi stood to his feet and cracked his neck. You're such a great motivator, Guy. You do realize just how much you're leaving behind, don't you, sensei? Hiruzen scowled at the question and maintained his control over Orochimaru. He and his former pupil had been tearing away at one another for nearly a half an hour by this point, and such banter had been commonplace from the snake Sannin. The vast majority of his quips had been meaningless, unsuccessful attempts to get under the old man's skin, and many of them had been harshly countered by Hiruzen's surprisingly sharp tongue. The battle had been fought on both the mental and physical planes. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's most recent jabbing comment was far less empty than his previous ones had been. At present, the battle was drawing rapidly towards its conclusion. In a desperate bid to finish his pupil off, the elderly Kage had unleashed a technique that had been forbidden since its inception. It was known as the Reaper Death Seal. It was a gambit of the highest order, though with a singularly guaranteed outcome. The user would die, and their soul would be consumed by the Reaper they had summoned to perform the jutsu. At present, Hiruzen had his former underling ensnared in the metaphorical jaws of the Reaper, who had taken hold of the vile Sannin's soul. Despite having successfully initiated the technique, Hiruzen's job was far from done. He would still have to forcefully rip Orochimaru's essence from his being, a process that required a tremendous amount of will and exertion. As it stood, Hiruzen was struggling to complete the task. His advanced age was rearing its head, and his body wasn't what it once was. "I'm leaving behind a legacy I'm well proud of. I'd rather have died of my old age, but if I must, I'll die defending my home," he finally replied. The pale man gave a mirthless laugh and made an attempt to pull his soul back into his body to no avail. "I wasn't referring to your legacy. That much is set in stone, and has been for quite some time. I was referring to the village itself. You know as well as I do that you're the only thing holding your political system and its adherence to an even slightly respectable moral standard. With you gone, this hamlet is bound to rot," he said. The old man shook his head and made a strong tug at Orochimaru's soul. "Another will take my place and set us on the right path. I know it. Your vision of ugliness will not come to fruition," he assured the Sannin firmly. Orochimaru grunted and clenched his jaw to prevent his demise. "And who will that be? Jiraiya is off in the middle of who knows where, Tsunade is as far from mentally present as you can be, and the fox brat is both too young and too stupid. Your options are limited, sensei," he asked. Hiruzen coughed painfully as his stamina neared its breaking point. It was unlikely that he would be able to fully remove his former student's soul from his body. "There are others, you blind fool. Good exists in more places than you believe. I tried to instill that lesson into you, but clearly, I failed." "I'm sorry for that," the Hokage said raggedly. Orochimaru's smirk deepened into a resentful sneer. "I've never been one to buy into false propaganda. Even as a child. If anybody deserves pity, it's you. You were fool enough to believe in human decency. Just look at what your citizens have done to Naruto Uzumaki. They've torn him to shreds from the inside out to the point that he bonded with a psychotic headcase out of loneliness. Spout that nonsense all you like. The history books won't agree with you," he said harshly. When Hiruzen didn't instantly respond, he opened his mouth to continue. When he began to speak, though, he suddenly found that he had no control over his tongue. "You'll corrupt no one else with that vile tongue of yours. I'll also be taking your arms. You won't harm a human being ever again." Hiruzen growled as the Reaper pulled out the souls of both the Sannin's arms and his tongue. The ghostly demon then raised its blade over its head and chopped it down on the sections of essence that Hiruzen had selected. Once they were severed, the Reaper consumed them and disappeared to whence it came. Unfortunately, it had also taken its payment from the elderly Hokage. The price of such a powerful jutsu was a steep one, the soul of the caster. And so, there was silence on the roof on which the great battle had taken place. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, laid dead as Orochimaru the Snake Sannin tried and failed to make sounds that were not animalistic grunts and wails. In a sense, the battle had ended in a draw. The victor would have been Orochimaru in technical terms, but he was now utterly crippled. Silently coming to this conclusion, the Snake Sannin clenched his jaw and turned his back to the body of his former teacher. He then retreated, much like a dog with its tail between its legs. Perhaps Hiruzen had won in the end, but only in an immediate sense. For his death would send another ninja spiraling from his predestined path. Temari breathed heavily as she and Shikamaru carefully maneuvered their way around one another from a distance. Extended mental battles were their own brand of exhausting. Physical taxation was generally limited, but the cognitive energy put into each step, each decision, was unbelievable. There was effectively no rest. A loss of concentration could be fatal in the current setting, and even if one survived such a mistake, the toll would be hefty. Temari had learned this lesson the hard way with the loss of her vision in her right eye by a kunai Shikamaru had thrown her way amidst a lull. While her eye had not been hit directly, a massive cut had been opened on the eyebrow above it, causing copious amounts of blood to leak into it. Her depth perception was now halved, and the constant annoyance of the blood was distracting. If you weren't so squirmy, I'd have killed you by now. Even while you're half dead, you're a thorn in my side, the blonde kunoichi thought to herself as Shikamaru patiently eyed her from across the rubble-ridden street. The shadow user's injuries from their exam match had never been healed or mended in the slightest, but he had not made any attempt to retreat upon being sought out by Temari. He had been ready to fight once again. A shocking willingness given his previous statements regarding his lack of motivation. I think your friends at the border are having a tough time. I don't hear as much commotion. Shikamaru said with a smirk. The girl responded by swinging her fan in his direction and forcing him to dive into an alley to protect himself. As had been the case numerous times before, he emerged from the assault more or less unscathed beyond a few minor scratches. Doesn't mean a damn thing. For all you know, that means they've run your forces ragged and past them. Stealth is a virtue in military strategy, she replied as her foe dusted himself off. The Nara shook his head and smirked. I'm the censor type here. I know what I feel. You guys are at a loss, he said confidently before throwing several shuriken Temari's way. She easily deflected them with her fan and leapt backwards a few feet. You've hit your head enough times for me to think your brain's loose, she snapped back at him. The fan wielder then prepared to unleash another blast of serrated wind upon Shikamaru, but was stopped by the sound of a voice calling out to her. Temari. Both she and the Nara glanced southeast to where the call had come from, and what they saw was surprising. Kankuro was sprinting towards them with no weapon drawn. After stumbling over himself several times in his bid to reach his sister, the puppeteer stopped running roughly 20 feet from the pair of warring genin. We've got trouble. Our forces are pulling back, and the people we managed to sneak into the village are pretty much all corpses. Baki-sensei has ordered us to retreat, he explained in a rushed tone. The blonde kunoichi's eyes widened at the revelation. Shikamaru laughed out loud and leaned back against the wall of the shop he was positioned in front of. What did I tell you? He said humorously. Temari shot him a sharp look that tamed him before turning her attention back to her brother. Retreating won't be that easy. They won't just let us out of here. No way in hell, she pointed out. Much to her surprise, Shikamaru was the one that responded. Go to the southern border and take the forest path. As far as I know, they won't have anybody posted there that you can't deal with, he suggested. Both Temari and Kankuro stared at him silently for a few moments. What's in it for you to tell us that? Kankuro asked skeptically. The Nara shrugged his shoulders and wiped a trail of blood from his chin. You seem like decent enough people outside of a war zone, so I don't really think you deserve to die. Now, you don't have to take my advice if you don't want to. You could always take your chances at the northern front. They've got Jonin there, though, he replied. Choosing not to provoke him as a form of gratitude, the siblings nodded. Thanks, I guess. Temari said. A sudden thought then crossed her mind that brought her great stress and fear. Where's GAARA? She asked frantically. Kankuro pursed his lips and pointed east, where the sounds of distant roars and crashes could be heard. She and Naruto are at each other's throats. Looked to me like she was getting her ass handed to her when I passed them. Baki-sensei said to leave her. Naruto is way too much for either of us if GAARA can't beat him, and she probably wouldn't want to leave, he said in a pained tone. The fan wielder shook her head rapidly. No, we can't just leave her. She's our sister, she said urgently. Her brother looked east again and exhaled through his nose nervously. Do you really want to take your chances with Naruto? He looked pretty pissed to me. I don't think he'd be willing to let her go before he's done with her, he asked. Though her initial instinct was to nod her head, her logical side battled back against her emotions. Naruto was a hopelessly pointless person to pick a fight with as he was now, and Gaara herself was unlikely to retreat while she was still capable of fighting. I don't want to leave her. I hate the idea of abandoning her. Especially if she's losing to Naruto right now. Temari said quietly. Kankuro made his way to her and put a hand on her shoulder. We can come back for her another day. Unless Konoha breaks international law, she won't be executed, and, we aren't even here on the orders of the real Kazekage. We'll have a strong case to bring her home, he said gently. After wrestling with the issue for nearly a full minute, Temari nodded defeatedly. Fine. I still hate it, but fine, she muttered. She and her brother then began to run away towards the southern border. Before they could go any considerable distance, however, Temari stopped running and turned back to Shikamaru. Thank you. Really, you didn't have to help us. I'll repay you someday. I promise I will, she said softly, her tone grateful and honest. The shadow user shook his head and made a motion so as to shoo them away. Don't get all sentimental on me right now. Your window is small at best, non-existent at worst. Get moving. And hey, I'll come up with some form of payment. Don't you worry, he said with a ghost of a smile. At this, Temari and Kankuro disappeared into a puff of smoke. Naruto burst forward with his left arm extended in front of him. He was moving to end the conflict. Gaara was weakened, and a direct hit from the Rasengan was bound to be fatal, or at least close to it. Seemingly aware of this fact, Gaara moved to defend herself by covering her chest with her sand-plated right arm. A split second later, Naruto slammed his rotating orb of chakra into Gaara's defensively positioned arm. The impact initially resulted in a stalemate as the Rasengan drilled into the sandy armor, but it took little time for the force of the jutsu to overwhelm Gaara. The spiraling ball burst into a pulse of raw chakra that sent her flying backwards across the street. She crashed to the ground nearly 30 feet away and slid a small distance through the asphalt before skidding to a stop in a heap. Sensing that the battle may be over, Naruto took a deep breath and began a slow walk over to her body. He was tired, both mentally and physically. Despite having dominated most of the fight, the fox's chakra had gradually worn on his body and weakened him. He was hardly 2/3 of what he had been at the beginning of the encounter. Luckily for him, his strength advantage over Gaara had been monumental. The slow decrease in power he had experienced had been a non-factor. He was relatively undamaged compared to the beating he had taken on his way to knocking out Niji, though he had finished the Hyuga instantly upon revealing the fox's power late in their clash. He was still in pain throughout his body, from his face to his feet. Every step he took towards his fallen fellow Jinchuriki sent a burning sensation through his legs that reverberated throughout his frame. Next time I fight, I'm doing it on my own. Your chakra is gonna kill me one of these times, he said to the slumbering demon within his mind. He received no response. He then reached Gaara, who was flat on her back, staring up at the sky. She had reverted to her more human state. Her eyes were pale blue again, and her right arm was no longer encased in sand. Interestingly, now that she was unarmored, a large wound was visible on her right shoulder. That, and the cut on her face are both Sasuke's doing, if I had to guess. Naruto thought to himself as he stood over the redhead. She was in awful shape. Her breathing was labored, her body was battered, and her eyes were half shut. You look conflicted, Naruto, she said softly, surprising the blonde greatly with the revelation that she was still conscious. Naruto stared down at her silently for a moment as a complicated mix of emotions surged through him. Just tell me something, Gaara, he said. The girl gazed up at him and brushed a few strands of blood-stained hair from her eyes. It was a tic. A habit that implied that she was thinking. It was a sign of curiosity. What would you like to know? She asked quietly. Naruto curled his hands into fists and clenched them tightly, but relented. He took a deep breath and allowed his eyes to return to their natural color. Why? Why did you seek me out all those times? You knew this was coming. You knew we would end up trying to kill each other, so why? I don't get it, he asked shakily. Gaara glanced away from him to avert eye contact. I wasn't planning on interacting with you at all after our conversation in the tower, but, that morning in the rain changed my mind. I couldn't help myself after that. I'm sorry. She admitted. Naruto pursed his lips. I feel like a broken record, but why? What about me made you keep coming back? All of our talks just made today worse, he asked. The redhead returned her eyes to him and sighed. I know you disagree with me on this, but I felt like I knew you from the moment I met you. All of the pain you hide, the rage you suppress, it all spoke to me. I'd finally found my kindred spirit. I always knew that my time to enjoy you was limited, so I made the most of it, she explained. I spent most of my time with you terrified and jumpy. That can't have been fun on your end. I didn't do anything for you. How am I your kindred spirit? Naruto asked. Gaara closed her eyes and gave him a smile. You don't give yourself enough credit. Your presence alone is uplifting. That night on the roof was one of my happiest. Watching you deny the expectations and biases of your own people was inspiring. You taught me that there's more to life than bloodshed. That perhaps I could be something more than a monster, she said weakly as she struggled to remain conscious. Naruto took a moment to collect himself before responding. You aren't a monster. You never were. You've done some awful things. Things I can't forgive you for, but I never thought you were a monster. You never got what you deserved or wanted, so you pushed back. I get it. Believe me, I do, he said as gently as he could. Gaara opened her eyes and retained her smile. Thank you. She said, her voice brittle. Naruto took a deep breath and turned his back to the injured Jinchuriki. I'm not going to kill you. You'll be captured, but they won't execute you. I hope they let you out sooner rather than later, he said numbly as he took steps to leave her behind. Before he could take 10 steps, she called out to him. Goodbye, Naruto, she said as loudly as her body would allow. Her voice stopped him in his tracks. He glanced back over his shoulder and opened his mouth to respond. When he tried to speak, however, he found that he couldn't. Opting to not push himself any further emotionally, Naruto tore his eyes away from her and lowered his gaze to the ground before resuming walking. As he held on to his composure by a thread, the sounds of footsteps echoed across the rooftops. The blonde glanced up and to his left, heaving a sigh of relief at what he saw. Took you long enough, sensei, he called to Kakashi, who was up above with a group of 3 Anbu. The silver-haired ninja then leapt down from the roof with his comrades and made his way to his student. Couldn't be helped. We had a lot to deal with. From the looks of it, so did you, he replied. The Jinchuriki nodded and looked down at his left palm, which had been burned by the Rasengan. That's an understatement. Today sucked. In more ways than one, honestly, he said quietly. Kakashi studied him for a few seconds before putting a hand on his shoulder. I'm proud of you, kid. She was a force to be reckoned with, and you dealt with her, he said reassuringly. The blonde scratched the side of his face absently. She didn't have much for me, but I still hated every second of that. I need some time to myself once this is all over, he said. As Kakashi began to say something in response, one of the Anbu chimed in. Actually, it looks to me like you didn't quite finish the job. She's still breathing, the cat-masked man pointed out as he gestured down the street where Gaara lay. Naruto looked to the man and frowned. She's done. She isn't a threat anymore. Killing her wasn't necessary. If you need to keep an eye on her, just put her in a cell, he said. The Anbu remained silent initially, but soon began a slow plod towards Gaara's now unconscious body. Kakashi nervously glanced at his student. Keep your head, Naruto, he urged him as Naruto watched the cat-masked man approach his fellow Jinchuriki. Then, the fabricated calm of the situation came crashing down. The Anbu broke out into a sprint towards the redhead with a kunai drawn. Naruto's eyes immediately flashed red and his nails extended into claws. Don't dash, Kakashi began. He'd hardly spoken the first word before Naruto burst forward aggressively. He was drained and beaten, but his speed still remained. He easily intercepted the Anbu leader before he could reach Gaara. Once he caught up with him, he cracked him across the jaw and sent him to the ground, breaking his mask in the process. What did I tell you? She isn't a threat anymore, he growled as he stood between the rest of the group and GAARA. Unfortunately, his dramatic defense of the girl would cost him. This became obvious when he turned his attention back to Kakashi and the remaining Anbu. Save for his teacher, they had all drawn weapons. Naruto clenched his jaw and held his ground as the Anbu slowly advanced towards him. He had taken a major risk in protecting GAARA, but one he considered to be righteous. Unfortunately, it seemed that he was about to pay the price for his selflessness. At full strength, he was likely more than capable of fending the group off for enough time to find an escape, but as he was now, he had little chance of surviving them for long. He was cornered, and he knew it. The blonde glanced back at the girl whom he had defended, whose eyes were closed with her chest rising and falling in a staggered pattern. Sorry, GAARA. Looks like we're both screwed, he silently apologized before refocusing on the situation at hand. They were closing in quickly, and he would be forced to fight within moments. Bracing himself for combat, Naruto stepped forward. Much to his surprise, however, another figure stepped between himself and the advancing Anbu. It was the man Naruto had punched en route to saving GAARA. Wait. Let's not be hasty. Let me talk to him, the formerly cat-masked man said as he rubbed the side of his now exposed jaw. He was daily average looking, if a bit weathered. His hair was short and brown, and he had a large bruise on the side of his face from the punch he had absorbed from Naruto. I'm not entirely sure why you feel the need to protect her, Naruto, but please, consider the situation we're in right now, he said calmly. The blonde scowled and bared his fangs. The situation doesn't matter. You were going to murder a defenseless girl. Even if she's the enemy, you can't just kill her out of the blue, he growled. The unmasked Anbu shook his head. There are several issues with that. First and foremost, the situation absolutely does matter. As of 2 hours ago, we're at war with Tsunade. They shattered the fragile peace we had, and now we're enemies once again. With that in mind, consider exactly who that girl is. She's their most potent weapon. A Jinchuriki is an invaluable asset in warfare, he explained. Naruto's angry expression only intensified at his words. Is that all she is to you? A piece on a goddamn chessboard, he demanded. The Anbu leader briefly wore a look of discomfort, but it vanished quickly. Given my line of work and what I've been tasked to do in events like this one, yes. That's exactly what I view her as. I don't like it any more than you do, but it can't be helped. If she lives, more people are going to die. The Anbu cannot and will not allow that to happen, he said firmly. You can just lock her up. How is she going to harm anybody else? She's harmless. Naruto yelled frustratedly. The man shook his head once again in response. She's far from harmless. You know that as well as I do. At the height of her strength, that girl would maul most jonin. We'd have no way to truly contain her if she chose to resist. Even if you clearly have her checked in combat, she still destroyed a massive portion of a residential district, he said. Naruto searched for a counter to the Anbu leader's logic, but came up empty-handed. I still won't let you kill her, he declared wearily. The man looked to his squadron and then back to the young Jinchuriki. Think about this for a moment. You're already on your last legs, and there are 4 of us. You'd have struggled fresh. Please stand down. I don't want to hurt you, kid. None of us do, he urged the genin. Naruto's response was both predictable and saddening. Come and hurt me, then, he challenged. The Anbu leader sighed heavily and gave a signal to his squadron of fellow Anbu. They immediately rushed to surround the blonde and GAARA. Naruto gave a look to his instructor, who was simply staring at him with an unreadable expression. There was an odd eeriness to him. The young Jinchuriki steeled himself and turned back to the Anbu leader. I gave you every chance I could. No hard feelings, kid, the man said. What happened next was a whirlwind. One that Naruto was unable to keep up with. Within moments, he was overwhelmed. The sound of a door shutting snapped Naruto awake. The first thing he noticed was that he was unable to move. He was sitting in a chair of some kind, and his wrists were strapped down. The room he was occupying was dark, cold, and smelled dull and old. There was little to remark about the area. That was, until a candle was lit roughly 5 feet from Naruto's face. The flash of light caused him to flinch and squint his eyes, but it also revealed the person who had closed the door to awaken him. It was an old man. Only his face was visible, but that alone was enough to be telling as to his physical state. Half of his face was covered in a thick layer of bandages, and the exposed section was wrinkled and scared. He looked as though he should have been buried long ago. Despite his ghastly appearance, Naruto recognized him somewhat. He was the very same old man the blonde had seen around the Hokage building several times throughout the years. Both within it and exiting it. Good, it seems that you're awake. I feared you would be unconscious until morning. That would have complicated things a tad, the old man said. Naruto glanced up at the man and studied him for a moment. Where the hell am I, and how did I get here? He asked after a time. The bandaged man took a seat in a chair across from the blonde. One that lacked the restraints of Naruto's uncomfortable prison. The former of your questions is none of your concern, and the latter should be fairly obvious. You committed a form of treason and resisted arrest, so you've been detained. You're quite fortunate to be alive, frankly. But then, execution was never truly an option for you. You're far too valuable, he explained. The events of the battle with GAARA and his defense of her in the face of the Anbu then came flooding back to the Jinchuriki. He had been struck in the back of the neck by one of his assailants, and that was the last thing he remembered. What's your name? I recognize you, but I don't really know who you are, the blonde asked, having taken a few moments to sort out his memories. My name is Danzo Shimura, and I'm either your worst enemy, or your closest ally depending on how this conversation shakes out, the old man, apparently named Danzo, replied. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What's that supposed to mean? He asked suspiciously. Danzo leaned back in his chair and set the candle he had lit on the ground to his left. There are several things you should know before I answer that question. The most important of which being that your greatest benefactor is now gone. Hokage-sama has been killed, he revealed. The words hit Naruto like a punch in the gut. His mentor, friend, and father figure was gone. Apparently murdered. It was jarring. His breathing rapidly increased, his eyes became glassy, and his entire body tensed. Despite his desire not to, the blonde cried. For nearly 2 full minutes, tears streamed down his face. It may have lasted much longer had Danzo not interrupted. Dry your eyes, boy. There's still much you don't know. Much you must learn of your current standing, the bandaged man said sternly. Naruto sniffled and blinked tears out of his eyes. Start talking then, he snapped. Danzo chuckled and took a deep breath to begin what would inevitably be a lengthy exchange. Something that may relieve you is that Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sasuke Uchiha are all relatively healthy. In Sasuke's case, I find it to be surprising. The boy was at death's door when we found him slumped over in the stadium halls, he began. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God. He muttered. Not bothering to give him any time to dwell on the information, Danzo continued speaking. In fact, all of your comrades are in stable condition. Even those who aren't necessarily your comrades, he said vaguely, allowing the blonde to connect the dots. It took Naruto little time to decipher the meaning behind his words. Where's GAARA? He asked, a scowl now on his face. The old man adjusted his sitting position to have one leg rested atop the other. Contained and neutralized, but very much alive. Worry not. As with you, she's far too important to be killed. The Anbu very much needed a reminder of that fact, he said. Why didn't they kill her? They cut me down really quickly. They could have done whatever they wanted to her without me there to stop them. Naruto asked skeptically. Danzo shook his head. You were not the only thing standing between her and them. Your teacher came to your aid nearly immediately, though you seem to be suffering from some amnesia. He nearly killed 2 of the Anbu attacking you, and he convinced them of the novelty of keeping her alive as a political tool for the oncoming war. He was likely bluffing when it came to his own belief in the idea, but it certainly did the trick. He escaped punishment for his actions, if barely, he said. Naruto pursed his lips as an image of Kakashi passed through his mind. Thanks for that, Kakashi-sensei. I owe you 1 foot, he thought to himself. Danzo then leaned down and rekindled the dying candle on the floor. Now, on to the essentials. You will be imprisoned for 90 days as per the council's orders. It would have been far longer had I not defended you relentlessly, so you are in my debt. Upon your release, I already have a plan as to how you will repay me, he said. Naruto furrowed his brow. What do you mean? He inquired. The bandaged man smirked and stood up from his seat. We have a war on our hands, Naruto. A fairly small one, but a war nonetheless. I'm not a massive believer in diplomacy in situations like these, so combat is an inevitability. You may not be useful for much, but you're a force of nature on the battlefield. Even as an exhausted wreck, you still managed to repel the Anbu Black Ops several times, he said. The blonde met the man's glowering stare and scrunched up his nose. And what makes you think that I'll fight for you? He asked defiantly. Danzo sat back down and folded his hands in his lap. I would say, national pride, but I know that you have none. Not with Hiruzen dead. No, your incentive to do as I say is far more personal. Should you participate in combat post-release, GAARA of the Sand will live. If not, I'm afraid we can do without her, he said threateningly. Naruto's blood ran cold. It was a threat he had somewhat expected, but one that he had not been fully ready for. His feelings regarding the redhead were convoluted and mixed, but her death was still something he strongly opposed. You're a monster, he growled. Danzo raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer to the restrained boy. Am I really? Consider just how much smoother this war will go with you present and active. It sounds counterintuitive, but the more Suna shinobi you slaughter in our name, the less casualties will pile up in the long run. I simply wish the best for Konoha, and I will do anything to ensure its future, he said. A spell of silence then set in over the dark room. For a period of several minutes, Naruto weighed his options. There was no desirable choice, but one was less immediately painful. Eventually, the bandaged man's patience wore thin. Perhaps I should let you sleep on it. But not here. No, I think it's high time you be transferred to your cell. Danzo said. Before Naruto could respond, the old man produced a syringe from his robes and positioned it by the genin's neck. This will only hurt for a moment, he assured the boy. He then stuck the needle into an exposed vein and injected the contents. For the second time in his most recent memory, Naruto's world went black. Naruto's eyes slowly dragged open as he emerged from his unwilling slumber. His head hurt, his body was numb, and his vision was taking time to clear. It had been the feeling of a liquid striking his face that had awoken him, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't identify it by consistency alone. His mind was simply not clear enough. Eventually, after a painstaking 2 minutes, his vision returned to him in full. What he saw answered several questions. Hovering over him was GAARA, whose cheek was still badly gashed from Sasuke's grazing jutsu. The wound was dripping blood down onto Naruto's face at a steady pace. Given that information, Naruto silently deduced that the soft surface his head was resting on was GAARA's lap. It took a moment for the magnitude of this information to fully set in, but when it did, his entire body reacted. He tensed instantly, his eyes widened, and his heart rate increased substantially. As per usual, it took GAARA a disturbingly short amount of time to detect his shift in demeanor. What has you more shaken? That I'm still alive, or that you're lying helplessly in my lap, she asked softly. Finding that the sedative that had been injected into his body hadn't fully worn off yet, Naruto gave up trying to move himself. Once he had conceded to his temporary paralysis, he responded to her question. I'm having a hard time picking, he growled. GAARA raised an eyebrow and wiped at her bleeding cheek to clear some of the plasma. Really? Given that you saved my life, I thought it would be an easy choice, she said. Naruto immediately prepared to snap back, but found himself unable to refute her point despite his still present anger. Where are we? He asked in an attempt to change the topic as quickly as he could. The redhead chuckled strangely and gently used her hands to turn his head to the side so as to give him a view of their surroundings. In a prison cell. Where else? We're prisoners of war, after all. Well, I am, at least, she replied. She then turned his head back towards her face. Naruto pursed his lips and clenched his jaw tightly. And whose fault is that? He asked rhetorically. Gaara shrugged and tucked a strand of crimson hair behind her left ear. We only have ourselves to blame. I chose to stay behind rather than escape, and you chose to defend me from your own comrades. If you didn't want to be stuck in here with me, you should have let me die, she said bluntly. The leaf Jinchuriki made another attempt to move, but to no avail. Yeah, maybe, but if you hadn't attacked us in the first place this wouldn't have even been possible. It's your fault in the end, he said. If his words had affected Gaara in the least, she was doing an excellent job of concealing it, as her facial expression remained tranquil. Perhaps, but I was acting on orders I had no way to realistically refuse. And before you ask, no, I will not be explaining why that is, she said. The pair then lapsed into silence for a stretch. The scene was a depressing one. Two Jinchuriki, both injured, one paralyzed by sedative, and the other suffering from a severe facial laceration. Sasuke appeared to have struck a blood vessel if the amount of blood Gaara had spilled was any indication. The stream finally slowed after a point, but her face was still tattered under her right eye. How long has it been since the fighting ended? Naruto asked quietly, breaking the silence between them. Gaara thought for a moment. 8 hours, just about. Why do you ask? She inquired. The blonde shrugged as best he could and sighed, seemingly sobered by the points Gaara had raised. No reason, honestly. I'm just trying to process. I'm in prison, with you for God knows what reason, and I got here by my own actions, he said. Gaara gazed down at him and shook her head. No matter how much you try to hurt my feelings or antagonize me, I won't hurt you. I know what you're doing. You're trying to get us separated into different cells. It won't work. I have no desire at all to harm you, she said firmly. Naruto's right eye twitched with irritation, but he maintained his composure. Why? You were totally willing to hurt me a few hours ago, he asked skeptically. Gaara gave him an odd smile, one that made him greatly uncomfortable for difficult to discern reasons. Because I no longer have any reason to hurt you. I was under obligation to kill you before, both from my demon and my military superiors. Now I have no such commitments. Besides, I've had my fill of you for now, she explained. Naruto snorted. Oh, so you'll be ready to take a crack at me again someday, he asked sarcastically. The redhead's smile then changed in nature, her demeanor less aimless than it had been. If that's the way you want to take that statement, be my guest, she said vaguely. Finding himself at a loss for an obvious response, Naruto lapsed into another silence. After a shorter stretch than before, Gaara broke the streak. I know this is a bit late, but, thank you for saving me, Naruto, she said quietly. The blonde averted his eyes away from her and gave an almost imperceptible nod. The redhead then reached down and brushed away a speck of her blood from his cheek. The contact caused him to visibly flinch. Gaara instantly pulled her hand away and retracted it to her side. Do you hate me, Naruto? She asked out of the blue. Naruto slowly returned his line of sight to her face, which was unreadable. After a few seconds of thought, he responded, I really, really want to. You're a murderer, you got me arrested, you almost killed Sasuke, and put Kiba and Shino in the hospital. I've got every reason to, but... he said, trailing off by the end. Despite her best efforts, Gaara could do nothing to hide the damage he had done to her emotions. Her eyes were painfully watery, and lines had appeared on her face. Go on, she urged him. Naruto fumbled for a proper combination of words to convey himself with for an uncomfortably long time before finally finding himself. I don't hate you. I just don't. Today should have pushed me over the edge, but I just can't do it. Even after what's happened, he admitted reluctantly. Gaara took a deep breath and managed to relax herself a tad. I'm glad. So very glad, she said in a tone barely above a whisper. Her voice was hushed, but Naruto's ears were sharp. He had heard her. "Let me ask you a question, then. How do you feel about me? I've tried to figure it out a million times, but you just don't make any sense," he asked. The girl from Suna sighed and traced a finger along one of his whisker markings. "How should I know? You're the first person I've ever felt anything for in any capacity beyond my siblings. I'll tell you when I figure it out myself," she said. Naruto muttered a response, but the redhead simply ignored him and gently brushed her fingers over his eyes to close them. At that, Gaara leaned her head back against the wall. "Sleep, Naruto. The days will pass quicker if you do," she ordered him gently. To her surprise, the blonde did not retort. Instead, he mustered what strength he could to turn onto his side with his head remaining in her lap. The difference being that his face was now lightly pressed to her stomach. Gaara reddened at the likely accidental development, but found herself no less comfortable. "Good night, Naruto." Kakashi lightly tapped his foot on the ground as he leaned against the base of the Hokage monument. It was nearing sunset, and the air was beginning to chill. Luckily for those few who still remained outside in the waning hours of the day, there was no breeze to speak of. The drop in temperature was to be steady. The Jonin's reasoning for being outdoors was simple. He needed time and space to think. The past 4 days had been hectic and conflicting. Naruto had been imprisoned, Gaara had been captured, and a large portion of the graduating genin were hospitalized. And sadly, much of the blame, within his own mind, fell on Kakashi himself. In particular, Naruto's arrest and detainment. The memories of the suppressing of his student had haunted the silver-haired ninja each and every night since the day of the invasion. The look of brittle defiance Naruto had worn, the kunai of the Anbu, all of it terrorized Kakashi in his sleep. He had not done nothing to aid his pupil, as he had brutalized 2 of the 4 Anbu reactively, but he still felt as though he hadn't done enough. "I let him get beaten into unconsciousness before I really committed to helping him. Why was I so damn indecisive? He deserved better than that." Kakashi lamented as his hands curled into fists. Beyond his failure to intervene sooner, another aspect of the situation ate away at him relentlessly. Why the hell did I go to the front lines? Guy and Asuma could have handled it up there. Letting Naruto engage Gaara was a terrible idea. He was stronger, sure, but I never should have counted on him to kill her. Not after all that he told me. Even if it's subconscious, her life still means something to him, whether it should or not. Kakashi thought to himself as he recalled Naruto's violent reaction to the prospect of his fellow Jinchuriki being killed. As he pondered it all, another piece of information crossed his mind. "From what I've heard, he got shoved in a cell with Gaara, too. That could be good or bad depending on how seriously I take Sasuke's claims about her psyche. If I ignore them, then Naruto having something resembling a friend in there with him is probably beneficial, but if Sasuke isn't exaggerating, then he'll either end up maimed or raped inside of a month. My guess is that Danzo is flipping that coin on purpose," he reviewed silently. At the thought of the bandaged old man, Kakashi's eyes narrowed angrily. The vile man had been under suspicion for a number of things for years, but had never been outright investigated. Now, with the 3rd Hokage gone, he was suddenly an active presence. He was a snake. A venomous one. One that was not to be taken lightly in the least. He had friends in high places, and he was more than willing to bribe and blackmail. He was ruthless. Past experiences had taught Kakashi that lesson more than once. Even more concerningly, Danzo's strength was a frightening beast to contend with should one choose to defy him, both politically and literally. With Hiruzen deceased, Danzo's influence within the council was increased many times over. He was effectively in control. Naruto's trial had exemplified this fact. Under most circumstances, an act akin to assaulting one's superior would result in prison time ranging anywhere from 6 to 18 months, but at Danzo's behest, the blonde's sentence was lightened to 3 months. It was blatantly obvious that his helping Naruto was all a ploy for something greater. He spoke with Naruto right before locking him up with Gaara. If I had to guess, he probably told him that he was the one that shortened his sentence. It's a good leverage to have. Naruto is tough to silence, but the threat of his imprisonment being lengthened would definitely do the trick. Kakashi thought to himself. Like Naruto, Gaara had been interrogated and spoken to before being contained, though in much shorter order. Ibiki Marino had carried out the questioning, and he had revealed an interesting bit of information to the silver-haired ninja. She's a tough nut to crack. Extremely calm under pressure, a moral blank slate, and I'm convinced she doesn't feel pain. The only thing I was able to draw out of her is that, for one reason or another, she's tied herself to Naruto. She didn't even say it out loud, either. I had to infer it from her body language. 90% of the time, she's tense and coiled, but his name relaxes her. I don't know what the two of you did during that month, but it seems like you've tamed a monster. Somewhat, at least. She's still a loose cannon left to herself. Kakashi pondered. As he considered the variables of the situation at hand, the sun finally hid itself fully behind the monument, causing the village to go dark. The Jonin sighed and took steps to walk away from the monument. As he trekked away, he cast a look towards the prison facility that sat at the base of the cliffside. Keep your head up, kid. Things are only going to get harder from here. Naruto exhaled through his nose as he leaned back against the cold stone wall. The cell was cold, dark, and fairly damp. Try as he might, no positives could be found to describe his current, if temporary, living quarters. Included among these non-positives was his cellmate. Gaara sat across from him against the opposite wall with her knees drawn up to her chin. He and the redhead had been detained for nearly 4 whole days by this point, and meals had been scarce and consistently disgusting. There was little entertainment, especially for Naruto. Gaara, on the other hand, had a way to retain her sanity. Despite having been robbed of her gourd by the guards immediately upon the pair's admittance into the lockdown block, she had managed to gather enough sediment from the dirty floor to fiddle with it. So, does it need to be a certain type of sand for you to be able to control it? Naruto asked curiously. The redhead peeked at him over her knees and let the floating dust drop. It only needs to be made of some kind of earth. The dust on the floor is mostly ground down stone, she explained as she traced her finger along the cold flooring. After a moment's silence, she spoke again. I wish we weren't stuck in a cold cell. If I had my gourd, those guards would be gone in an instant, she said casually. Naruto snorted and gave her a bored look. We're in here because of you, so I wouldn't complain, he replied bluntly. Gaara shook her head and studied the blonde. In what way is this my fault, Naruto? We both contributed, she asked skeptically. Naruto shifted a bit in place. We already talked about this. Even if you were under orders to do what you did, you still could have held back and retreated. You didn't, though, he said. The redhead tilted face to one side and stared at him further. True enough, but had you run from me for long enough, I'd have been far less destructive. I only destroyed infrastructure in my attempts to hurt you. Everything and everybody else was just collateral damage, she said with a matter-of-fact shrug. Naruto internally shuddered at his cellmate's words. Growing accustomed to her morbid musings would certainly take time. Especially for those pertaining to human life. You admitted halfway through the fight that I was stronger than you, so you destroying stuff to get to me isn't something you can justify. You knew you couldn't win. You didn't have to harm so many people, he countered. The sand kunoichi frowned and narrowed her eyes. I feel like I've asked you this before, but why would you want to avoid hurting those people? They've been far from kind to you. Awful would be the word I'd use, she asked, seemingly unable to understand the sentiment of mercy. Naruto pursed his lips and took a few seconds to consider his answer. Because they're still people. They don't deserve to die. Like you said at the end of our fight, there's more to life than blood, he said, his voice a bit shaky. Gaara easily sensed his uncertainty and settled into a more open posture with her legs crossed. You hardly believe your own words. When I said there was more to life than blood, I only meant it pertaining to those who have proven themselves to be kind and gentle. The rest can burn for all I care, she said, her tone colder and drier than the desert wind. The blonde tensed. How can you say that? Everybody deserves a chance. People can change, he asked rigidly. His fellow Jinchuriki scooted herself away from the wall and stretched her back. Once she had relieved herself of stiffness, she eyed Naruto intently. Given that our lives seem to mean nothing to such people, why should we be inclined to give them quarter? I've had my teeth kicked in more than enough, and so have you, she said. The blonde's hands curled into fists. Stop trying to relate to me. I don't care if you're a Jinchuriki too, we're nothing alike, he snapped weakly. Gaara sighed and rested her chin on her knees again. But we are, Naruto. Fighting you confirmed it without argument. Nothing has been given to us, and I think we have the right to take what we so desperately deserve. You know that I'm right, she said. Naruto stared at his cellmate, who had inched herself across the floor to the middle of the cell, and let his fists unravel into a jumble of fingers once more. Even if you are right in a way, it isn't right to hurt people. I won't do it, and neither should you, he said firmly. Gaara gazed at him silently for a few seconds. Am I supposed to just take a prolonged beating my entire life then, she asked. The Konoha Genin scowled and lowered his eyes to the floor. You don't know a damn thing about taking a beating. Everybody in your village is terrified of you. They avoid you like the plague according to Kankuro. I've been beaten up, stolen from, and vandalized more times than I can count. Don't preach to me about suffering, he said angrily. Gaara scooted forward again. Solitude is torture in its own way. To be feared and avoided is painful. I dislike the citizens of Suna, but I wouldn't mind being acknowledged as one of them. Not to mention my inability to sleep, which is its own form of sadism, she countered. Naruto forced himself to meet her gaze. You've murdered dozens of people. They have every right to be afraid of you, he said insensitively. Gaara brushed a strand of hair out of her face and conjured up a horde of dust. Perhaps, but I would consider all of those killings to be self-defense. Every once in a while, somebody gets bold, she said with a chuckle. Naruto opted to quit arguing at this point, creating a long stretch of silence between the two Jinchuriki. After nearly 5 full minutes, Gaara broke the streak of soundlessness. I have a question, she said out of the blue. Naruto, who had been bordering on slumber, groggily glanced up from the floor and rubbed his eyes. Ask away, he said tiredly. The redhead then manipulated the dust into the shapes of 2 people, one clearly male and one clearly female. Several times, I have witnessed a man and a woman entering one another's personal space, pushing their faces together, and remaining that way for some time. Kankuro does it with the women he tends to bring home with him. What is this action? Some sort of advanced greeting or handshake, she asked curiously. Naruto gave her a dumbfounded look. You, really don't know? He asked in disbelief. The girl shook her head and allowed the dust to dissipate into the air. I asked Kankuro to demonstrate with me once, as I wanted to develop my social skills, but he became uncomfortable and left me without an explanation, she recalled. Naruto laughed out loud at the story, earning a confused look from his cellmate. Well, that's good. Means your brother isn't a weirdo, he said through his chuckles. Gaara frowned and returned to her cross-legged position. Why would it make him a weirdo to show me how to complete this handshake, she asked skeptically. The blonde sighed and shook his head. It just isn't something a brother and sister should be doing. It also isn't a handshake. It's a way that people show each other love. It's called kissing, he explained. The redhead furrowed her eyebrows and pondered the information. What an odd way to express affection. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation without the medical purpose. That sounds strange, she said in a puzzled tone. Naruto shrugged. I guess. I've never done it, so I wouldn't know, he admitted. Gaara was then struck with an idea. If it's wrong for siblings to kiss one another, then perhaps you could demonstrate with me. We share no blood relation, after all, she said, sounding as though she had made a great breakthrough. The blonde immediately flushed red. Not in a million years. Even if we aren't related, you don't just kiss somebody. You only do it with somebody close to you. Besides, I don't really know how to do it either, he said quickly. Gaara then crawled forward, prompting Naruto to flatten himself against the cell wall. We may not be traditionally romantic, but we share a rare distinction as Jinchuriki. That's a form of intimacy, don't you think? She asked as she invaded his personal space. The Konoha genin glanced to either side in search of an escape, but found no such thing. "I don't really want to kiss you," he said bluntly. Gaara paid his declaration no heed and reached out for his hands. She then grasped them softly and peeled them off the wall. "If it's supposed to be a show of affection, then I think we could both benefit from learning such a thing. We don't have to practice very much, but I'd still like to try it," she said softly. Naruto glanced at her fingers, which she had threaded through his. "Why are you holding my hands?" he asked nervously. The redhead then leaned forward, only stopping once they were nose to nose. "I saw the man and women doing it. They were holding hands as we are now. I'm trying to mimic them," she explained. The Ninetales Jinchuriki sighed internally. He was literally and metaphorically trapped. The wall to his back prevented an escape, and physically removing Gaara from him would likely result in unneeded tension. No way out of this, I guess, he thought to himself defeatedly. Sensing his unwilling submission, Gaara softly pressed her lips to his and closed her eyes. For a full minute, she fiddled around with the position of her mouth in alignment with his, finally settling 10 seconds before the conclusion of the lip lock. After that time had elapsed, she removed her mouth from his and gave him a bit of space to breath. "Did I do it correctly?" she asked hopefully. Naruto, who was bright red and stuttering, tripped over himself several times before answering. "I mean, I've never done it with anybody else, but it didn't feel wrong to me, I guess," he said awkwardly. Gaara thought for a moment before coming to a conclusion. There was a dissatisfying feeling throughout. "I think it was because you simply let me do all of the work. What I witnessed between the man and woman was a mutual effort. Try using your mouth as well. Do it back to me," she said as she leaned forward again. Without warning or consent from Naruto, she linked their lips again. "Why am I letting her do this? God, this is so weird," the blonde thought to himself. Sensing that he would be stuck in close quarters with his cellmate as long as he resisted, he gave in and returned the oral gesture. After a few moments of mutual effort, Gaara separated them again, this time leaving her forehead to rest on his. Their cheeks had brushed together during the kiss, and her gash had reopened. Despite the blood now seeping from her face, she looked utterly mystified. "Yes, that was much more complete. Kissing, was it? I believe I understand its popularity now." "How warm," she said as she scooted back again and returned to her post on the opposite wall. Once she was there, she tipped onto her side and curled into a ball. "I'm quite tired now. I think I'll sleep. Wake me if I start to thrash about," she said. At those words, she closed her eyes and allowed her breathing to even. Still somewhat shell-shocked by what had just occurred, Naruto shook his head rapidly and rubbed his temples. What the hell was that about? Bipolar weirdo. First, you preach about letting people suffer, then you're kissing me because you wanted to learn how to do it, he thought to himself. He then followed her example and rolled onto his side. He squeezed his eyes shut and prepared to sleep. It was late, and rest was the only way to pass time. Unbeknownst to him, and more humorously, Gaara, the redhead's cheeks were tinted pink with a smile tugging at her lips. Gaara lay awake on the cold floor of the cell silently. It was nearly 3 in the morning, and the temperature had dropped to uncomfortable levels. It was still survivable, and the lack of a breeze made it fairly easy to adapt to, but winter was setting in for the year. The redhead was well used to the cold, as many of her nights had been spent in the frigid desert. A winter every night, as father once put it, she thought to herself as she gazed at Naruto's unconscious form across the stone room. Much to her relief, the blonde appeared to be maintaining a healthy temperature, even while he was unconscious. He was not shivering, and his breathing was even. Despite his clear health, Gaara still found herself slightly disappointed at the state of their position. "I'm glad he's no longer paralyzed, but I must say, having him in my lap was heavenly," she admitted with a slight redness on her face. The sedative that had been used to knock Naruto out had worn off roughly 6 hours after his initial awakening with Gaara, and the moment he had regained control of his body, he had scurried to the opposite side of the cell. His decision had saddened the girl somewhat, but she had fully expected it. In the 3 days that followed, Gaara had been entirely unable to move closer to him without the blonde adjusting to maintain the distance in between them. The redhead had finally succeeded earlier in the present, however. The makeshift, kissing lesson she had more or less forced Naruto to give her had been a ploy, in a sense. While it was true that GAARA was unaware of what the action specifically detailed and what it exactly meant, she had been fully conscious of the fact that it required the two participants to be pressed against one another. "I'm quite shocked it worked, but I'm not complaining," the Kunoichi thought to herself happily. She then brushed her fingers over her own lips and smiled. She had very much enjoyed herself despite her naivete. As she had said to the blonde before returning to her side of the wall, it had made her feel exceptionally warm. She had been quite tempted to try it again after the second try, but opted not to push her luck. He called it a show of love. One that's only for people who are intimate. In that case, were he and I intimate in that moment? Were we showing each other love, she wondered to herself. This question raised several others, many of which pertained to GAARA herself. Is that what I feel for him? Love? Why would I? She thought to herself, her confusion mounting as she entered an entirely foreign emotional territory. As she grappled with the concept, she kept her eyes fixed on the back of his head. Unlike when he was awake, the Leaf Genin's body was entirely relaxed. There was no stress, no tension, and no exhaustion. You aren't a monster. You never were. You've done some awful things. Things I can't forgive you for, but I never thought you were a monster. You never got what you deserved or wanted, so you pushed back. I get it. Believe me, I do. I never knew what I wanted before, Naruto, but I did get what I deserved. I made my own bed, so I had to sleep in it. GAARA thought to herself as Naruto's words returned to her. A sigh escaped her lips as her cellmate shifted in his sleep and turned over to face GAARA. He was still asleep, but his face was now visible to the redhead. At the sight, GAARA felt her chest tighten. "But, I think I know what I want now," she whispered aloud. A slight shiver then rippled through Naruto's body. GAARA immediately sat up straight and gripped the bottom of her tunic and tugged on it. After a brief struggle, she removed it from her body. All that remained on her upper half was now a thin tank top. As quietly as she could, GAARA crawled over to Naruto and knelt down in front of him. She carefully spread her tunic over him and laid it down on top of his shaking frame. It wasn't much, but it would likely help, even if only a little. Once the blonde's shivers had slowed somewhat, GAARA scooted back to the wall and hugged her knees into her chest with her now bare arms. "Always, my sweet friend. I'll always keep you safe. Be it from the cold, or from..." She swore silently, her mind trailing off as the image of Danzo Shimura crossed through her conscience. The frigidness of man. GAARA glanced up from the floor as the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the hall beyond the bars of her cell. She was all alone at present. Naruto had been taken roughly 4 hours previously for medical examinations, and he had yet to return. It concerned the girl greatly, but she had also locked onto his chakra signal long ago, and had not felt it dwindle. Wherever he was roughly as healthy as he had been. At least he gave me my tunic back before they took him. GAARA thought to herself as the footsteps grew closer to the cell. The blonde's reaction to waking up with her shirt covering him had been quite humorous, if a tad sporadic. He had instantly flushed red and tossed the tunic back at her, seemingly flustered by the sight of GAARA in nothing but a thin tank top. At the memory, the redhead sighed. I'm not even sure why it made him uncomfortable. He looked more afraid of me without my tunic than he did while I was transformed. That boy is so strange sometimes. She recalled. Her thoughts were then interrupted by a tap on the metal bars of her cell. Standing on the other side of the barrier was the subject of much of GAARA's ire. You look quite ragged, if I may say so. Danzo greeted her rudely. The redhead gave him a half-lidded glare and kept her chin rested on her knees. I haven't slept in 8 days. Even for me, that's extreme. You also stole away my only source of positivity, she retorted tiredly. Danzo waved a dismissive hand and pulled up a guard stool in front of the cell to sit on. He'll be back within the hour. Worry not. I'm a harsh man at times, but I'm not sadistic. It's clear to me that you'd have tried something foolish by now if Naruto weren't your cellmate, he assured the girl as he made himself comfortable. Gaara straightened out one of her legs and rested one of her arms on her still bent knee. Why are you here? It's clear that you aren't going to treat any of my wounds, she asked suspiciously. The bandaged old man leaned forward on the cane he had been walking with and studied the girl. I simply have a few questions to ask you. That's all, he said calmly. Gaara rubbed her eyes and motioned for Danzo to ask his questions. First and foremost, I'd like to know if you were involved with the death of Hideo Miorga, whose body we found on October 17th. He was found mutilated in the janitor's closet of an apartment complex. In fact, the very same in which Naruto lives, he began. Of all the reactions he had expected to garner from his question, Gaara gave him one of the most unsettling and unexpected. Instead of growing tense, becoming defensive, or even simply remaining silent, the Jinchuriki lowered her head and began to laugh. It was a low, disturbing giggle. One that almost seemed to contain self-awareness. Her chuckles never grew louder than just above a whisper, but they were all too audible. After a moment or two, she calmed down, and when she did, she returned her attention to Danzo, revealing a dark smirk. I knew I should have chosen a better hiding place, but I still have the excuse of inexperience when it comes to cover-ups. I've never had to hide a body before, she said. The old man frowned. So you admit to being the culprit? Is that what I'm hearing? He pressed. The redhead shrugged her shoulders and allowed her posture to relax slightly. I have no way to deny it, so yes, I am. I didn't bother learning that wretch's name before I ran him through, but I killed him all the same. He had it coming, she explained. Danzo stroked his chin quizzically at the revelation. Would you mind explaining exactly why you killed a man whom you had no association with? You're clearly something of a sociopath, but you don't strike me as the type to murder without reason. You had a motive, and I want to know what it was, he inquired. Gaara snorted and scratched her cheek absently. Isn't it obvious? He had the nerve to try and harm Naruto. He planned to cause him pain. People like him deserve a shallow grave, and I gladly dug it for him, she said bluntly. The old man nodded and leaned back in his chair. That leads us smoothly into my second question. Why, pray tell, are you so fixated on that boy? To my knowledge, you have no history with him before the month that led up to the final round of the Chunin exam. What could possibly drive you to defend him so fiercely? He asked. Gaara opened her mouth to retort, but was cut off by Danzo adding on to his initial question. Before you answer that, may I try my hand at inference? He requested. After a moment of hesitancy, the Jinchuriki nodded in confirmation. At this, Danzo took a deep breath. I'm going to make the educated guess that your childhood has been as tumultuous, if not more so, than Naruto's. Your experience with unbiased and accepting people is limited, and you have no real perception of what it means to have empathy. At least, not in a fully developed sense. You're capable of connecting to those with shared experiences, but the number of people currently living who can claim to have those experiences is exceptionally small, he began. Gaara's frown strengthened into a scowl as the old man spoke. And as such, you've lived most of your life in self-induced isolation. You mentioned earlier that you'd never had to hide a body before, which implies that you've killed a number of people in the past. My guess would be that you killed them in response to their attempts to hold you accountable for your antisocial behavior. At first, at least. Past the first few killings, they became acts of self-defense. Danzo continued. Gaara clenched her jaw. Get to the point, she growled. Taking a great degree of pleasure in the young Jinchuriki's discomfort at the subject matter, the old man suppressed a short laugh. Upon meeting Naruto for the first time, you were struck by how similar he was to you. Similar, yet different. Similar, yet better. He hadn't yet been broken by the hardships of life the way you had. He was a beacon. Something to strive for. Touching, really. The mind of a child is incredibly adaptable. You were lost, so you found something to hold strong to. It was less about him than it was about your own stability, he concluded. Gaara stared at him silently, a look of thinly veiled hate on her face. You say all of that like you've known about my presence for quite some time, she said. Danzo nodded and leaned his cane against the wall. I knew what you were the moment you set foot in this village. Even before you met Naruto. Your chakra was so noticeably different from your peers that I couldn't help but take an interest. Back on topic, though. Was any of what I said incorrect? He asked. Gaara averted eye contact, her face twitching periodically. Perhaps it was about myself initially, but not anymore. I could care less what happens to me now as long as he's safe and healthy. And it's not as though it wasn't fitting for my interest in him to be born of selfishness at first. It is my namesake, after all, she said. Danzo gave a false smile. I suppose you're right. Expecting a girl like you to concern herself with the ethics of manipulation is a bit much. Though, murdering a man in Naruto's name certainly was a step in the right direction in a roundabout way, he said. What's driving you to break down and analyze my psychology this way? What's in it for you? Gaara questioned. Danzo stood up from his chair and took hold of his cane. It's all food for thought. You're a fascinating case of how upbringing can affect development. You likely were just a child at one time, but life has made you a freak. It's almost sad, he said insensitively. The redhead didn't respond. Taking this as his cue to leave her, Danzo took steps to exit the hall. Before he could leave earshot, however, Gaara's voice echoed through the corridor one last time. When Naruto is returned to me, I'll be examining him thoroughly. If I find a single new injury, I'll kill each and every one of your adherents. Don't think this cell can contain me, Danzo, she said menacingly. A smirk spread across Danzo's face as he walked away. What a monstrous girl. The prospect of feeling relief at the sight of one's prison cell was an odd one. Preposterous, even. The sight of one's detainment was not meant to bring the prisoner any sort of comfort. The opposite was intended. A prison was meant to inspire repentance in its residents by depriving them of the joys of life. Under certain circumstances, however, the simple familiarity of a single room could quell the discomfort of a prisoner. As of the present, it was indeed one of those situations. After having been under medical scrutiny for hours on end, Naruto found himself eager to just settle down. Solitude was not an option, but Gaara had proven herself to be a manageable cellmate. She rarely spoke unless spoken to, and she kept her distance at the blonde's request. While the parameters of their living situation certainly did fit Naruto's preferences, he did find himself feeling guilty from time to time. Gaara had absolutely shattered his trust with her own hands, but she did seem to be genuinely regretful of her actions. Maybe, that's why I let her kiss me. As sort of a reward for being so nice about this. I still don't really trust her, though. Naruto thought to himself as he was led along down the hall that ended with his and Gaara's shared cell. Once they reached the steel bars, the guard opened the door with a set of keys and shoved the blonde inside. The push had been forceful enough to cause him to lose his balance, and he stumbled as a result. Before he could fall forward, he was caught by his arms and steered back upright to a stable standing position. Are you okay? Gaara, who had rushed from her sitting place on the wall, asked urgently as she gripped his shoulders. Naruto nodded and looked away from her wide, concerned eyes. Yeah, I'm fine. There's no need to dash, he said. Before he could finish, Gaara cut him off by yanking up on his shirt and examining his abdomen. The blonde immediately reeled backwards and pulled his shirt back down. What the hell are you doing? He asked, clearly incredibly uneasy about what had just occurred. Gaara looked at the floor and slowly walked towards him. Naruto's instinct was to back up, but opted not to do so. I just want to make absolutely sure they didn't hurt you. We both know that you wouldn't tell me if they did. I'm sorry if I shocked you, she said apologetically. Naruto gave her a skeptical look as she fidgeted with her bangs as she tended to. I'm fine, Gaara. You don't have to worry. I'm totally alright, he assured her. The redhead quit playing with her hair and gazed up at him. Can I please make sure? Just, to ease my nerves. You're all I have right now, and I don't want your health to be a mystery to me, she asked meekly. Naruto's expression softened slightly. I'm not going to take off my shirt, he said. His fellow Jinchuriki shook her head and pointed to the floor. Then don't. Just sit down please, she said. The blonde sighed and did as he was told, taking a seat on the cold stone floor at Gaara's feet. His cellmate then knelt down behind him and ran her hands over his back. Tell me if anything hurts. Don't hide anything, she said softly. For the first 30 seconds, no reaction came from Naruto. Once Gaara reached his ribcage, however, he visibly flinched. They told me 3 are broken. They said a cast isn't possible, he said in a pained tone as Gaara gently felt his injured midriff. After a time, the redhead spoke. It was from when I knocked you backwards with great breach, wasn't it? She asked quietly. Naruto gave a reluctant nod. Gaara bit her lip and moved her hands forward to graze his stomach. I'm sorry for that, she muttered. She then ran her hands up his front until she reached his shoulders, at which point she tugged on him to turn around. Naruto slowly obliged, eventually rotating fully to face her. Once they were face to face, Gaara looked over his face and frowned. There was a cut on the bridge of his nose. One that had not been there before his departure for examination. So, they did hurt you. She muttered, her eyes seeming to glaze over for a moment as her expression darkened. Sensing her spiraling emotional state, Naruto tensed. It was my fault. I lashed out at one of the guards, so he hit me. It was my doing, he said frantically as Gaara turned around and stood to her feet. The blonde immediately shot up and grabbed her around the waist from behind. Please don't. I don't want any more blood. Please, Gaara. He begged. The redhead remained silent for several moments before sighing heavily and gently prying his hands from her. She then turned back into him and stepped forward. Why? Why are you so willing to forgive them? Even if you don't want blood, you wouldn't have to watch. I could make it quiet and clean. I can't stand to just let them get away with abusing you, she said in a fit of frustration as she rested her forehead on his chest and gripped his shirt with her hands. The Leaf Genin tried and failed to answer several times, but eventually found his voice. You need to learn to let things go. Especially things that don't have to do with you. I started the fight, and I paid for it. You don't need to stress yourself out over my issues, he said. Gaara clenched her jaw and snapped her head up. Their faces were now hardly an inch apart. Your issues are my issues now. I will not ignore your struggles. Right now, you belong to me, she hissed indignantly. Naruto backed up a step and looked away from her. Just, try to calm down. I don't want any bodies on my conscience. You care, I can see that now, but I can't just let you run off and kill somebody. Besides, our chances of getting out of here aren't going to get better if you get wild, he said uncomfortably. He then slumped down the wall and lowered his head as he sat. Gaara stared down at him quietly. He was the picture of exhaustion. His shoulders were sagging, his eyes were nearly closed, and his head was craned downward. He looked utterly defeated. It wasn't difficult to discern why that was. His comrades had been maimed, he had been arrested, and he was held up in a cell with the cause of both of those things. He had nothing to be happy about beyond simply being alive. Naruto. Gaara muttered aloud as she gazed at him. She had spoken quietly, but her words were detected nonetheless. Yeah, the Leaf Genin asked, not bothering to look up from the floor. The redhead collected herself for a moment and sat down a few feet from him on the same wall. You deserved better, she said. Naruto raised his head up and cast her a sideways look across the cell. With you, or just in general? He asked bluntly. Gaara laughed sadly and stared up at the ceiling. In this instance, both. As much as it angers me that you were hurt, I did nothing to ease any of your stress. Not just today, either. I practically forced myself on you yesterday, and all because I was feeling touchy. You've gotten a tough run of things, she said. The blonde genin shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty much used to things sucking at this point. This is just a harder version of what I'm normally up against. I'll pull through. And don't feel guilty about yesterday. It's fine. Honestly, it wasn't that bad, he replied. Gaara smiled to herself. Thank you, I'm glad I didn't make you too uncomfortable. As for the rest, please believe me when I say that I want to help you. I want to help you be at peace. Any way I can, she said sincerely. The blonde rubbed his eyes and sighed. Can you do something for me, then? He asked. Gaara nodded eagerly and awaited what his request may be. Get some sleep. I know it hurts you, but you're going to either die or lose your mind if you don't get some rest, he urged her. Much to Naruto's surprise, she nodded. Yes, on one condition, she said. Before the Leaf Genin could ask the obvious question, Gaara answered it for him by scooting closer to him and leaning her head on his shoulder. Let me rest on you, and I'll try. I don't think I'll get anywhere close on my own, she clarified. Ignoring his conflicted emotions and burning face, Naruto nodded and shifted to make her more comfortable against him. Sure. Go ahead, he said. Gaara then closed her eyes and laid her hand over his. Within moments, her breathing appeared to even. Unsure of whether or not she was truly asleep, Naruto chose to keep his final remark silent. You're the sweetest thing when you actually calm down, Gaara. I'm kinda surprised they let you in here. They weren't going to, but I didn't give them much of a choice. Naruto and Sasuke shared a low laugh. It was nearly sunrise, and the Uchiha had apparently forced his way into the blonde's prison wing to pay him a visit. It was a welcome arrival, as the only people the Jinchuriki had been able to interact with for the past week had been GAARA, Danzo, and occasionally the guards. Limited selection, to say the least. Sasuke had arrived only moments earlier, but the blonde's mood had already lifted somewhat. Glad you forced your way through. How've you been since the invasion? Naruto asked his friend in a hushed tone. Sasuke, who had not bothered to look closely at his teammate until the present moment, frowned. Other than the hospital time, I've been more or less fine. But, what's that about? He asked, pointing to GAARA as he spoke. Quickly realizing what he was referring to, Naruto sighed. The redhead was asleep, and she was still leaning against Naruto as she had been before. She had yet to awaken. She fell asleep, and she asked to use me for support, the blonde explained tiredly. Sasuke's frown did not falter at his explanation. And you let her? He asked skeptically, clearly still struggling to understand what exactly he was looking at. Naruto glanced at his slumbering cellmate and then back to Sasuke. Yeah, I guess I did. She doesn't sleep a lot. She'd be a hell of a lot worse if I didn't make her nap, he said. The Uchiha sat down in front of the cell and pursed his lips. You sound sympathetic to her. Why is that? He asked. Naruto shifted carefully so as not to wake the girl resting on him. That's kind of a long story. I still don't trust her fully, but I'm pretty sure she isn't going to hurt me, he said. Sasuke studied GAARA silently, watching her breath and press on his teammate. You get why this bothers me, right? She hasn't really been all that pleasant. Not to anybody but you, apparently, he said carefully. Naruto nodded stiffly. Yeah, I get it. But still, I don't really think she's that awful. She's just a little erratic, he said. Sasuke sighed and looked the blonde in the eyes. No offense, but you haven't seen what I've seen with her. When you showed up, she changed. I don't know what history you two have, but it clearly altered her demeanor. She was a monster when Shino, Kiba, and I fought her, he said. Naruto drummed his fingers on the cold floor pensively. I know. I haven't forgiven her for what she did to you guys, but I still can't subscribe to the idea that she's just evil. I don't buy it, he said. GAARA then moved a bit, making a small noise as she did so. Sasuke tensed at the possibility of the girl awakening, but it soon came to pass. She was still unconscious, and her head was still leaned against Naruto's neck and shoulder. Maybe she isn't with you, but she's shown no restraint against everybody else. If you hadn't shown up when you did, she'd have killed me. Same goes for when I saved Shino and Kiba. She's ruthless, Naruto. Sasuke said. At his words, a recent memory returned to the blonde. So, they did hurt you. Naruto shuddered slightly as he recalled the dead look in GAARA's eyes as she had prepared to raise hell on the security staff of the prison. Had Naruto not rushed to stop her, GAARA certainly would have added several more names to her ledger of violence. The triggering factor had been the blonde's injury at the hands of a guard, but Naruto still found himself wondering. Could it have all been an excuse? An excuse to crush another slew of people? A quick glance at Gaara's sleeping face brought about great turmoil within Naruto's mind. The contrast between the brutal atrocities she had committed and the tranquil quality about her features was stark and extreme. Much of what Sasuke had said was clearly driven by a bias against the girl, but none of it was factually incorrect. She had indeed come close to killing 3 of his comrades, and there were rumors of another murder that had apparently occurred in Naruto's apartment building. Other than her strange interest in the Leaf Genin, her time in Konoha had been defined by savagery. Even if she is, does that really make her a monster? It's not like I haven't gone berserk before, and she was under orders to come and kill me. Naruto asked quietly. Sasuke nodded his head firmly. Yeah, I think it does. Especially since she was smiling while she was beating me up, and I swear to you, I heard her laughing while I was on my way to get Kiba and Shino out of there. She's a sadist through and through, he said as he scowled at the sleeping Jinchuriki. I still want to believe that she's being honest with me. She seems apologetic about everything that's happened, for whatever that's worth. Naruto muttered. Sasuke stood up from where he was sitting. It isn't worth a damn thing. Besides, I doubt she means it. I'm sorry, but I can't get behind the idea that she was just having a bad day when she tried to kill us, he said. His expression then tamed slightly. Look, I'm just apprehensive. I don't think she can be trusted. Not by you, not by anybody. It's nothing against you, and maybe you know things about her that I don't, but please, try to understand where I'm coming from here, he said. At this, he turned around and began to walk away. Before he could disappear around the corner, though, he stopped. I know that you probably feel attached to her because she's like you, but trust me, Naruto. That girl's more thorn than flower, he assured the blonde. A moment later, he was gone from view. His footsteps slowly faded into silence as he walked away. Once he was gone, Naruto released a breath he had been holding. Since when are you a poet, Sasuke? He thought to himself in reference to the Uchiha's final words to him. Sasuke's visit had been fairly brief, and it hadn't been particularly positive. The moment he had noticed Gaara's presence, he had become agitated. It wasn't difficult to understand why that was, but it was disappointing nonetheless. He's right, you know. The blonde flinched at the sudden noise. It was spoken right into his ear. Looking down and to his left, he saw that Gaara's eyes were now open. How much of that did you hear? Naruto asked. The girl exhaled through her nose and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Nearly all of it. I woke up early on into the conversation. I remained silent for obvious reasons, she explained. The blonde tensed slightly, a reaction Gaara easily noticed. You're so expressive. Especially when you're afraid. How cute, she muttered, pressing herself into him further as she spoke. Naruto reddened at the increased contact. What did you mean? Just now. What was Sasuke right about? He asked in an attempt to change the topic. About me being untrustworthy. You yourself said that you'd never forgive me for what I did. I despise Sasuke Uchiha for a variety of reasons, but I agree with him on this one thing. You trusting me is foolish, the redhead replied. Naruto frowned and glanced down at her, causing his ear to brush through her hair. What's gotten into you? Yesterday, you were almost begging me to trust you. What changed? He asked. Gaara took several moments to answer him. My nightmares were memories this time. Memories from the invasion. They returned me to the day of the invasion. I relived the entire thing. From my encounter with Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka to my battle against you. I could see everything. I swear I felt it all again. Every punch, every drop of blood, she said, her tone unsettling and dark. What are you getting at? Naruto asked nervously. Gaara wrapped herself around his arm and clamped down on it. He was telling you the truth. I laughed, I grinned, and I enjoyed myself. I was buoyed by their fear and pain, she said. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed, extraordinarily uncomfortable with the information being revealed to him. By this point, Gaara had pressed her face into Naruto's shoulder. I know how awful it is. I know, I know, I know. She said britly, repeating the final two words several times before lapsing into silence. It was then that Naruto noticed that his shoulder was damp. She was crying. Her sniffles were audible, and her body was racked with tremors. Naruto needed to respond. He needed to speak, and he knew it. Unfortunately, the shock of Gaara's sudden shattering had affected him as well. His mouth was dry and paralyzed. I know I'm a freak. I know I'm insane. I know it's wrong. I don't want to kill, but I can't stop. The girl stuttered tearfully. Finally finding his voice, Naruto spoke one word. Why? He asked hoarsely. The redhead bit her lip and crawled fully on top of him in his lap. It wasn't a gesture of domineering confidence. It was akin to an infant seeking comfort. This sentiment was further evidenced by what she did when she had fully settled. She didn't glower over him. Instead, she curled up and pressed her face into his chest. He won't get out of my head. He won't leave me alone. She whimpered fearfully as her tears soaked his shirt. Naruto instantly understood. The very same thing that prevented her from sleeping was to blame. At least somewhat. Gaara. He whispered quietly. Gaara tensed and reached up. Her hand then covered his mouth. Don't say my name. It's ugly, she said weakly. The blonde slowly peeled her palm from his face and kept hold of it. No, it isn't. Even if you've done some awful things, you did them to keep your sanity. Maybe I still can't forgive you, but you aren't ugly or a monster. You're human, he assured her gently. At this, Gaara straightened her back and removed her face from his chest. Her hands then found their way to the sides of his face. I love you so much, she said shakily as she gazed up at him. Her cellmate maintained eye contact and studied her. I don't really get why. Even now, he said honestly. Gaara slid herself up on his lap and put her hands on his shoulders. You're the purest person I've ever met. You've given me some hope, if only a little. That's more than even my own family has ever done for me. You have the husk of my heart, she said. Without warning, she crushed her lips to his messily. After a few moments, she pulled her mouth from his. You make me feel warm and safe, she whispered with her forehead leaned against his. The leaf genin looked away from her guiltily. I can't say how I feel right now. I don't know yet, he said. Gaara ran her hands through his hair and smiled softly. I don't expect you to love me. I'm arguably insane, I've killed in cold blood, and I hurt you tremendously. I have no right to expect you to reciprocate, she said sadly. Her cheeks then gained a red tint. But, could you let this wreckage kiss you a little bit? I want to thank you. For everything you've done for me, she requested. Naruto met her eyes and nodded. Gaara then tilted her head to the side and pressed her lips to his softly with her arms draped over the back of his neck. They cycled through breathing and kissing for nearly 3 minutes until Gaara made space. You taste sweet, she said affectionately. Naruto blushed uncharacteristically and averted his eyes from Gaara's loving gaze. Thanks. You're a lot better than you were yesterday, he said awkwardly. The redhead smiled proudly and let him shift underneath her to make himself more comfortable. My only happy dream was about kissing you, so you could say I had practice, she said somewhat shyly. She then shrunk down into him again and tucked her head underneath his chin. But, we don't have to kiss anymore. That's okay with me, she said. Naruto proceeded to pleasantly surprise her by wrapping an arm around her and hugging her into himself. I actually didn't hate it. Your lips are soft, he said. Gaara turned pink at the compliment and nuzzled her face into the crook of his neck. A spell of silence then cast itself over the pair as they held one another in the face of the rising sun. After a time, Gaara broke the silence. Even if you leave me in this cell when you're released, please don't forget about me. That's all I ask, she said quietly. Naruto shook his head. I'm not leaving you in here. Not a chance in hell, he said firmly. Gaara chuckled and ran her hand along his abdomen. What do you plan to do then? I could break my way out of here without much effort, but that would require me to kill, she asked. The blonde pried her off of him just enough for their eyes to meet again. We're breaking out of here, and we're doing it without hurting anybody, he replied. The redhead smiled at his determination and gave him a peck on the nose. She then collapsed into him again, this time closing her eyes while she used his chest as a pillow. That sounds wonderful. Wake me when you're ready, she said with a rare yawn. Naruto frowned and glanced down at the girl in his arms. Are you sure you want to sleep again? He asked, greatly concerned by the prospect of Gaara encountering more nightmares. I'm happy, Naruto. So happy. Even if I have nightmares, I'll have you, she said as she drifted off to sleep once again. If it's too much, and you wake up, please don't hide it from me, he said. Gaara nodded slightly and closed her eyes. I love you so very much, Naruto, she said finally. The Leaf Genin kept to his silence for a moment or two, searching for the proper and honest thing to say. I'm glad. Don't stop. I'm getting there. Sasuke flopped down onto his bed and removed his forehead protector, tossing it onto his nightstand upon pulling it free from his head. Despite having awoken only an hour earlier, he found himself feeling utterly exhausted. His trip to the prison had been tiring in a number of ways. Practically breaking past the guards had been stressful, maintaining his calm in the face of a sleeping Gaara had been nearly impossible, and listening to his teammates speak about the very same girl who had wreaked havoc on them only a few days earlier in a sympathetic light had been fairly jarring. She's off her rocker, Naruto. I don't care how nice and gentle she is with you. It isn't real. It can't be, he thought to himself in frustration. The Uchiha had more or less made his thoughts on the girl vocal during his visit, but he had still suppressed many of his harsher comments for fear that Gaara had been silently listening. The subtle degree of fear Sasuke had experienced opposite the pair of Jinchuriki had been infuriating. Fear was a limiting emotion, and it had greatly restrained him. No matter how much I hate it, she's still stronger than me. I can't afford to start a fight with her if she gets released at some point, or if she ever decides to smash her way out of that cell. Even if Naruto can beat her, she might just kill me quickly a third time around, he admitted to himself. Gaara was contained, and yet he still felt powerless. Both literally and metaphorically. The image of her head leaning on Naruto's shoulder sickened him. You were screaming for blood. You had us dead to rights. You'd have taken your time killing us if you weren't operating on limited time, and you still have the nerve to get touchy with Naruto. You're a sadistic whore. Sasuke growled within his mind. His jaw was clenched, his hands were curled into fists, and his eyes were narrowed. He hated the situation. He hated it strongly. Above all else, he despised Gaara. She was an enemy, but more than that, she was a parasite. One that ate away at a person. Before he could fall too far into his darker thoughts, Sasuke let out a sigh. It was pointless to mull over things he couldn't control. If bygone history was any indication, he would get his chance. To do what, he did not know, but a chance would present itself. An opportunity to right the wrongs of the present situation. In the back of his mind, though, there was a sinking feeling. A feeling that things would not be resolved easily. There would be tremendous struggle. Perhaps against an unexpected foe. It was an off-putting feeling, and it drew a shudder from the Uchiha. I'll just play this by ear. No point in letting it distract me from everyday life. Naruto will be released in early February, so it won't be too long until he's away from her. Yeah, this will just sort itself out, he assured himself with a deep breath. It was possible that he was convincing himself of a false reality, but it mattered not. He needed to remain calm and focused. Life would not cease. Especially not with a war on the horizon. If anything, his attention would be required more than usual. Strange times. Not particularly good ones, but strange all the same. Gaara's eyes slowly fluttered open as she was gently shaken awake. The first thing she saw was the face of Naruto, who was cradling her head and upper back. She was still on top of him as she had been that morning, and based upon the state of her body temperature, they had not separated once during the hours of her slumber. These realizations brought a smile to her face. Good morning, she greeted him sleepily. Nightmares had been a predictable issue, but they had also been far less prevalent than they usually were. For the first time in an immeasurably long time, Gaara felt well rested. Good night, actually. You slept all day. Naruto corrected. The redhead's eyes drifted toward the singular window their cell harbored. It was indeed still dark, and the temperature of their cell was frigid. With all of this in mind, she turned her gaze back towards him and nestled into him a bit more. Did I? I'm sorry for the trouble. You made me very warm, so I got a little too comfortable, it seems, she said through a yawn. Naruto shook his head and brushed a bit of hair out of her eyes, causing Gaara to curl up against him a bit more. No, you're fine. You didn't move a ton, so holding you wasn't bad at all, he assured her. Gaara then recalled what she had said to her fellow Jinchuriki just before drifting off to sleep. Since you woke me up, does this mean that you wish to escape, Naruto? She asked. The blonde nodded stiffly and sighed nervously. Why yeah. I think I'm ready. Let's break out of here, he said. Gaara studied him for a moment and then reached up to turn his face back towards her. We can't stay in Konoha for obvious reasons, so tell me, where are you planning on going? I'll follow you no matter where it is, but I'd like to know ahead of time, she asked. Naruto remained silent for several moments, seemingly struggling with something. We're going to the coast. I think I know a place to regroup. Somewhere I read about a while ago, he explained. The redhead shifted in his arms and maintained her gaze. It sounds to me like you aren't entirely willing to stay away, she said curiously. Naruto's expression darkened slightly at her words. Danzo is too much for us. I knew that about 30 seconds into my conversation with him. He's stronger than you and I put together. I need time to develop and grow before I come for him, he said. Gaara tilted her head off to one side. Oh. This is a new melody from you. I never took you as the type to hold grudges, she said. The blonde shook his head and relaxed slightly. I'm not usually, but he crossed every line. He wants to make me a weapon, and he used you as a bargaining chip. I can't forgive that. I'll make him pay for it in blood, he said. Gaara then sat up and made her way to a kneeling position in front of him. Well, I'm glad I mean enough to you for such a thing to anger you so. You're very sweet, she said before giving him a peck on the nose and standing to her feet. Now then, let's get moving. I'm just dying for some fresh air, she said. The redhead then spread her arms out to either side of her and closed her eyes. For a moment, there was silence, but it was soon broken with a humming sound that was soon followed by a clicking noise. The door of their cell then swung open. How did you? Naruto began, trailing off by the end as Gaara helped him to his feet and led him out into the hallway. She then gave him a smile and tapped the lock. There are usually small collections of dust and metallic particles in the inner workings of locks, and if you can move those masses around in the right ways, you can open most doors. I learned that trick fairly young, she said proudly. The blonde frowned. You could have gotten out literally whenever you wanted. Why did you bother staying? He asked quizzically. Gaara then turned a light shade of pink and began to fidget with her hands. I saw an opportunity to make things right with you, and I took it. Maybe things aren't fully mended yet, but I got to sleep against you, so I don't regret waiting. I also figured that you would eventually grow tired of imprisonment, she explained. Her fellow Jinchuriki nodded and glanced down the surprisingly empty hallway. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably a good thing we cuddled up, honestly. We'd have frozen to death on our own, he half-joked. The pair then made their way down the corridor cautiously, keeping a close eye out for traps of all shapes and sizes. After a slow trek, they reached a door that seemed to lead to another block of the prison. After looking underneath the door, Naruto spotted sandals. There are guards on the other side. At least 4 of them, he reported to his companion. Gaara furrowed her brow and knelt down next to him at the base of the door. Why do you think it is that we, likely the most dangerous of the inmates, have no guards posted while these fools do? She asked curiously. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and stood back up. We didn't do much other than sleep, talk, and, kiss a little. Good behavior, maybe, he guessed. The girl suppressed a giggle and nodded. Perhaps, yes. Oh well. I'm certainly not complaining about the ease of exit, she replied. The blonde then gave her a more serious look as she rose to an upright position. No killing. We aren't even going to badly hurt anybody if we don't have to. Got it, he said somewhat sternly. Gaara nodded. Understood. I'll do my best to keep things clean. Also, my gourd was taken to a room near the end of this upcoming block, so our priority should be retrieving it, she said. How do you know where it is? He asked. The redhead put her hand on the handle of the door and prepared to turn it. It's laced with my chakra. I can sense its location, she explained. With that in mind, she pushed the door open. Once the opening was large enough, both Jinchuriki rushed through it. Naruto's estimation had been correct. There were 4 guards stationed in the area, and they immediately took action to stop the escapees. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were in vain. The first of the guards was doubled over by a blow to his stomach by Naruto, and the following 2 were rendered unconscious by forceful strikes to their jaws by the blonde. That left only one shinobi in their path, who attempted to run in the opposite direction to escape them. Before he could reach the end of the hall, he was chased down and knocked out by a strike to the back of his head with the blunt end of a kunai from Gaara. Good, now my gourd should be in that room, the redhead said with a finger pointed at a door on the left wall of the block. It was diagonal to what appeared to be the exit of the section. After a brief jog, the pair reached the door and threw it open. Sure enough, Gaara's gourd laid in the far right corner. Pity. I've grown used to feeling lightweight. Gaara muttered as she strapped it over her shoulder and stretched her back. Naruto chuckled. That thing's about 2/3 the size of you, so I'll bet it's rough to carry, he said humorously as his companion joined him at the exit of the hall. I can't help that I'm small, she huffed. A moment later, they crashed through the next hall. It was much the same as the first, though with 3 extra guards to contend. Despite the ease with which they were passing through the facility, Naruto still found himself growing ever more nervous. Up to now, Gaara had kept her promise to be non-fatal, but each and every time she neutralized a guard, there was a pause before she would leave them be. She was visibly struggling. You okay? He asked after the final guard had been disarmed and knocked out. Gaara didn't immediately respond, prompting Naruto to put a hand on her shoulder. The contact drew a flinch from the girl. She then turned to look at him. One of her eyes was golden and sporting a diamond-shaped pupil. The pair stared at each other for several moments before the blonde took hold of her hand and led her off towards the next door. How about I handle the next hall? It's the last one, I think, he suggested. Gaara nodded stiffly and tightened her grip on his hand. Why yes. I think that would be wise, she said, her voice strained. Upon entering the 4th, and assumedly final, hall, they were met with a surprising sight. Area was entirely empty. In fact, it wasn't even a prison block at all. It was simply an open room with a large door at the end. Well, that's that, I guess. Naruto said, leading Gaara towards the door as he spoke. When they reached the large door, he kicked it open. As expected, open air lay beyond it. We need to get to the border. Keep hold of me. I'll lead, the blonde said. Gaara nodded and joined him in a sprint northward. Unfortunately, it would not be so easy. Something was amiss. The air was hanging stiffly, it was strangely cold, and the silence of the night felt unnatural. All of these factors combined to set Kakashi very much on edge. The Jonin had never been one to sleep early, but it had always been a thing he had considered. Tonight, no such thought had crossed his mind. Even before the tension had truly set in. Setting aside the book he had been reading, Kakashi threw his legs over his bed and sat up. His nerves were buzzing. I can't quite put my finger on it. What is it? He pondered as the air conditioning hummed in the corner of his dwelling. He had long been capable of discerning the factors behind his instincts and gut feelings, but this particular occasion was stumping him greatly. He had half a mind to simply wander the streets until his feelings brought him to the source, but his more logical side told him to wait and see. Something told him that rushing in now would be a poor idea. Unable to control his curiosity fully, the Jonin closed his eyes and focused his senses to scan the village as a whole. After several tedious moments of pinpointing and searching, he discovered the likely cause of his unease. The tension was emanating from the lockdown block of the prison. Specifically, 2 signatures. They were powerful, they were moving. Within moments, Kakashi identified who they belonged to. Once he did, he sighed heavily and walked to his window. So, they're going for it. As much as I feel like I should be surprised, I'm not. This was inevitable, he thought to himself. He was conflicted. Naruto breaking out of his cell had felt like an unavoidable issue, but it was also one that wasn't entirely unjustifiable. His imprisonment was far from just to begin with, and he had every right to oppose it. With Hiruzen gone, his voice would never be heard by those in power. Doubly so with Danzo at the helm for the time being. It was never a question of if, but of when. Chances are, they have nobody on hand who's strong enough to stop them from just leaving. They aren't out of the building yet, but they will be within 2 minutes. Guy is halfway across the desert with a recon team, and Asuma still hasn't recovered from the invasion. That leaves Kurenai, Sasuke, and Kakashi reviewed. At this thought, he frowned. That's an issue. Kurenai can't handle GAARA. Not a chance in hell. And we've already seen Sasuke try and fail. Naruto is a question mark when it comes to willingness to fight, but if he resists, he's even stronger than GAARA, he thought somewhat nervously. Jonin were bound to be deployed, but few were capable enough. Sasuke was almost certainly going to catch wind of what was going on fairly soon, and once he did, he would come running. I need to get there first. This'll get ugly if I don't, the silver-haired ninja concluded with a nod to himself. After putting on his forehead protector, covering his left eye, and throwing on his flak jacket loosely, Kakashi opened up his window and leapt down to the street below. He immediately broke out into a sprint for the prison. It took him no more than 40 feet of running to realize his error in judgment. On a dime, he shifted his trajectory towards the northern border of Konoha. The likelihood of the pair remaining at the prison for much longer was low, and if anything, they'd be making a haste to reach the border. The only real question is what they plan to do. They can't stay in the village now. If they try, they'll be cornered and tossed into separate cells inside of 2 days. Probably tortured in GAARA's case. But there's no way they don't know that. Kakashi thought to himself between breaths. He was panicked. The chances of his encounter with Naruto and GAARA being anything but incredibly ugly were exceptionally low, and the more the Jonin thought about it, the more and more prominent a certain question became. What exactly did he plan to do? What was the proper course of action? It was a pertinent thing to ask oneself in such a situation. If he were to stop them and turn them in, which he could easily do, they would be detained once again, and likely under harsher conditions. There was a not insignificant chance that GAARA would end up dying in the process, and Naruto would likely be imprisoned for far longer than previously scheduled. I could care less what happens to GAARA, but if she goes down tonight, he goes down with her. Kakashi contemplated. As he was grappling with the choice he was being forced to make, a figure crashed across the rooftops in the same direction as the copy ninja. After a moment's observation, Kakashi stopped running and watched the person leap across infrastructure. It was Sasuke. If he's going where I think he is, then he's about to do something incredibly reckless. Kakashi thought as his student shrunk into the horizon. Yet another decision had now presented itself to the Jonin, and it needed to be made quickly. I'll slow down my pace and keep an eye of the 3 of them until I arrive. If things get dicey, I'll speed up, he decided. He then broke out into a hasty jog with the intention of reaching the border within roughly 10 minutes. It was a gamble to be sure, but one that gave the silver-haired ninja room to breath. With his heart racing and sweat running down his brow, Kakashi focused his senses. Slow them down, Sasuke. Just for a little while, Sasuke grit his teeth and picked up the pace at which he was running. Time was of the essence, and try as he might, he couldn't reach a speed that would calm his nerves. The very thing he had feared had happened. GAARA had escaped her confinement, and she had brought Naruto with her. It was a nightmarish scenario. One that the Uchiha would not allow to complete itself. He was approaching the border rapidly, and his dojutsu had locked onto the pair. He was set to intercept them just as they would reach the upper border of Konoha. It would certainly be close, but Sasuke was moving more quickly than they were. He would get there first. I don't know why she's slowing herself down by dragging him along with her, but it can't mean anything good. From the feel of things, she's ready to fight. Her chakra is all over the place. Just like it was when we fought, he thought to himself as his legs carried him across the rooftops as fast as they physically could. Several minutes later, the trees of the forest came into sight. Along with them, at the edges of his peripheral vision, Sasuke caught sight of what he was moving to intercept. Gaara and Naruto were running from the east towards the edge of the village. With his adrenaline pumping, Sasuke burst forward one last time into a powerful leap. He landed directly at the edge of the forest, squarely between the foliage and the pair of Jinchuriki. They both stopped with a flinch as the Uchiha rose up from his knees and straightened himself. "Imagine meeting you here," he greeted them sarcastically with his arms folded across his chest. He then noticed several oddities. Most chiefly was the fact that Gaara was grasping his teammate's hand tightly with her fingers laced through his. Beyond this, it appeared that Naruto had been the one leading Gaara rather than the other way around if his positioning was any indication. "Sasuke. I didn't think you'd be here," Naruto said hesitantly. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow and let his arms drop to his sides. "Neither did I. Not until around 8 minutes ago, at least. Now, would you mind explaining to me what the hell is going on?" he asked. The blonde took little time to respond. "What does it look like?" "We're leaving for a little while," he said sharply. Sasuke cast a glare towards Gaara and took a step forward. "And whose idea was that?" he asked. Naruto pointed to himself as his red-headed companion kept her eyes fixed on the ground. "Mine, actually. I don't have a ton of reason to stay here as of right now, so I'm taking my leave," he replied. Sasuke scowled. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? No reason to stay here? We have a war on our hands." "You have every reason to stay," he questioned incredulously. The blonde shook his head and glanced back at the village to his back. "Like hell I do. You know damn well what Danzo's going to use me for if I stay here," he snapped back. A look of confusion then passed over the Uchiha's face, prompting Naruto to sigh. "You really don't know, huh? Well, all you need to know is that I don't feel like being objectified or used." "You know that," he said. Sasuke's mouth pulled into a thin line. "Look, if you run, they'll send hunters after you. You'll be in the goddamned bingo book." "I won't let that happen to you," he said firmly. Then, for the first time since the two parties had encountered one another, Gaara spoke. "You plan to oppose our exit?" she asked, her eyes still hidden behind her bangs. Sasuke swallowed and drew a kunai. "If I have to, I will," he said. The moment the sentence had left his mouth, the redhead released Naruto's hand and stepped in front of him. It was then that Sasuke caught sight of her eyes. They were identical to those of her transformed state. The golden hue brought back the memories of the beating he had suffered at the Jinchuriki's hands. "I hadn't originally planned on fighting you a third time, not after you nearly removed my head, but so be it. Let us begin, Sasuke." Gaara growled as a plume of sand erupted from her gourd to act as an extension of her will. The Uchiha assumed a taijutsu stance and drew a second kunai. "Let me handle him, Gaara. Please, put the sand away," Naruto said nervously. Gaara shook her head and took a step towards Sasuke. "Oh hush, Naruto. This won't take very long," she hissed darkly. Her voice had gained a disturbing edge. Just as the blonde was about to take steps to put himself between them, a blur flashed across his field of view. "What in the dash?" Sasuke began as the blur landed in front of him. The entity's landing kicked up a sizable amount of dust, but it cleared quickly. Once it did, the identity of the blur was revealed. "Kakashi-sensei. I should have seen it coming, I guess," Naruto said nervously. The Jonin glanced back at Sasuke, shook his head, much to the surprise of both sides. "If Sasuke hadn't arrived to cut you off when he did, I wouldn't have been a factor. Your planning, if you actually did any, was perfectly sound, he said. He then cast a glance at GAARA. Stand down, half pint. I'm well within my rights to put you in a coma as long as I don't kill you, he ordered menacingly. The redhead begrudgingly did as she was told and stepped back to Naruto's side. Good. Now, the two of you might want to get going. Kakashi said. Sasuke, Naruto, and GAARA all stared at him wide-eyed. Though their shock was equal, it was the Uchiha who was the first to speak. What? You're letting them leave? He practically yelled. The Jonin gave a nod and maintained his focus on the pair in front of him. As I'm sure Naruto's alluded to, their reasoning for leaving is more than justified in this case. Danzo plans to weaponize the fox within Naruto for the war effort, and he's likely to use GAARA as leverage. I don't like it any more than you do, but it's either this, or what essentially amounts to slavery for the both of them, he explained. Sasuke opened his mouth to refute his teacher's points, but found that he couldn't. I'm serious, you two. Get moving. We don't have long, the Jonin ordered GAARA and Naruto. The pair snapped out of the trance of shock they had entered and did as they were told. They made their way past the two ninja blocking their way and stepped into the forest. Where are you heading? Kakashi asked quickly, clearly aware of the waning time at their disposal. The coast of the Land of Fire. Naruto replied. The silver-haired ninja tossed him a small object. Don't move in straight lines. Mix up your routes to throw off your trail. They'll have hunters on your ass inside of 3 days, he said. And consider that a parting gift, he concluded. Needing no further prompting, GAARA and Naruto disappeared into the forest silently. Once they were fairly long gone, Sasuke spoke once again. Was that really a good idea? He asked tightly. Kakashi sighed and stared up at the full moon above their heads. Maybe not in the short term, but in the long term, it'll save both of them a lot of grief. Danzo is a warmonger, and I'd rather not let him get his paws on either one of them. Especially Naruto, he said honestly. Do you really trust her that much? GAARA, I mean. I'm not sure she isn't even more dangerous to him than Danzo is. Sasuke asked. Kakashi shook his head. I trust her sanity less than I trust her intentions. I'm fairly sure she's like a lost puppy with him. What worries me more is her obvious lack of control over that monster she keeps under wraps, he said. Sasuke put away his kunai and sighed. I still don't like the idea of Naruto traveling alone with her, he said quietly. The Jonin put a hand on his student's shoulder and nodded. I understand, Sasuke. Believe me, I do. But we just have to let it go for now, he said. The Genin glanced up at his teacher. What are we going to do in the meantime? He asked. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed at the question. We're going to make sure Danzo doesn't take power. I think now would be a good time to settle. Naruto nodded and flopped to his back on the ground at his feet. He and GAARA had been running for nearly 4 hours, and they were both spent physically. The stress of the situation had triggered their adrenaline, which had fueled them to a point, but the human body still had limitations. The route they had taken actually led them back around the forests of Konoha southward, as their final destination would be the coast. The journey would be long, nearly 2 weeks on foot, but it would inevitably be worth the trouble. I'm surprised you managed to keep up. No offense. Naruto commented as GAARA sat down next to him. The redhead shrugged her shoulders and wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. I have a running theory that we Jinchuriki are simply a cut above normal people when it comes to endurance. I'm quite tired, but like you, I could keep running if I needed to, she replied. Naruto sighed as he looked out over to sunrise. It'll help us outrun the hunters, that's for sure. If what Sensei said was true, we don't have a ton of time before they show up, he said. GAARA pursed her lips and pensively picked at the grass on the ground. Taking notice of her seeming turmoil, the now former Leaf Genin tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, what's up? He asked gently. GAARA turned her head back towards him and maintained her silence for several odd moments. Should the hunters catch up with us at some point, I can't promise with any certainty that I won't end up killing them, she said, unease clearly audible in her voice. Can you tell me why? The blonde inquired. The girl then looked him in the eyes and gave a sudden scowl. Because they're out to either kill you, or bring you back to that snake Danzo. I've already killed a man for your sake, and I'd do it again, wrong as it may be, she said. The moment she had finished speaking, her eyes widened. Well aware that she had said too much, the girl covered her mouth and clenched her jaw. You, what? The blonde asked quietly. Sensing that her wisest course of action was honesty and openness, GAARA removed her hand from her mouth and let it drop. It was on our birthday. After I left you on the roof to get you food. I noticed a man entering the building, and I felt apprehensive for some reason. I decided to follow him, she began. Naruto, who was still obviously uneasy, nodded and motioned for her to continue her account of the murder. I trailed him up to your apartment, and then I made my presence known. He revealed that he was there to break into your home and abuse you. You had told me earlier that night that you avoided your dwelling on October 10th to prevent such things, and it made me so angry. To see a man like him plotting to hurt you blinded me with rage. I strangled him for a minute or two before impaling him and concealing his body. GAARA concluded ashamedly. Naruto took a painfully long time to respond. You didn't have to kill him, he finally said. The kunoichi nodded her head and looked away from her companion. You saw for yourself in the prison. I have a hard time controlling myself once battle starts. It's no excuse, I'm well aware of that, but still. Besides, any and all who set out to harm you will be punished by me. If anybody deserves to be treated kindly, it's you, she said. Naruto's expression was heavily conflicted. You're so weird to me. Sometimes, you're adorable and sweet, but other times, you're a murderer. How can a person be both of those things, he asked. GAARA gave him a sad smile and shrugged her gourd from her shoulders. I was just a murderer before, so I'd consider this an improvement. You've changed me a little, but you still haven't cured me of my worst instincts. I doubt you ever will, she said. The blonde studied his complex companion as she awaited his response. You've known me for all of 2 months. Give it a few years before you say that I can't change you. You're a good person. I know you are. You just need to believe that, he said strongly. GAARA's eyes became slightly glassy at his words. Years, she whispered, seemingly struggling to grasp the information. Somewhat confused by her reaction, Naruto frowned. Yeah. We're gonna be gone for a while. Danzo is strong as hell. We're gonna be spending a lot of time together, he said. GAARA opened her mouth several times to respond, but failed numerous times before finally rediscovering her voice. You'd actually stay with me for that long? Really? She practically squeaked. The blonde scratched the back of his head and gave her a puzzled look. Yeah, I would. I'm not just going to leave you out in the middle of nowhere. That'd be cruel. You're kinda my partner from here on out, he said. Without warning, GAARA tackled him to the ground and hugged him tightly. Thank you. She stuttered and she constricted him. Her companion shifted underneath her and propped himself up on an elbow with GAARA still clinging to his abdomen. You're welcome, I guess. Now could you not squeeze so hard? You're breaking me in half, he said in a slightly pained tone. The redhead did as she was told and lightened her squeeze. She didn't fully release him, though. Instead, she crawled up on him and planted a kiss on his cheek. You make me so very happy, she said softly before rolling off from on top of him and smiling to herself. Naruto touched his cheek where her lips had made contact and sighed. Do you have to climb me every time you want to kiss me? He complained lightly. GAARA shrugged her shoulders and assumed a cross-legged sitting position. Well, if you engaged me rather than the other way around, I wouldn't have to close you down. You're much bigger than me, Naruto. I'd have to get on my toes if I wanted to kiss you standing up, she said. The blonde raised an eyebrow. I'm not even that big a guy. You're just tiny. This is more your fault than mine, he said jokingly. The redhead flushed and kicked his foot. We've already talked about this. I can't help that I'm a little smaller than most girls. I'm 5 feet tall, if that. Be considerate, she grumbled. Naruto grinned and ruffled her hair playfully. I like you like this. Stay loose, GAARA. You're more fun when you are, he encouraged her. Gaara nodded jovially and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She then reached back and tapped her gourd, prompting it to expand and close around them into a shelter. Caught off guard by the sudden isolation, Naruto flinched and fell back against the sand. I think we should sleep. Traveling at night is likely smart, so resting while the sun is out is our best choice. Sorry if I startled you. Gaara said as the blonde recovered his wits. Probably a good idea, yeah. Should one of yous take watch? Naruto asked. His fellow Jinchuriki shook her head and snapped her fingers, causing the opening that had remained at the top of the sand dome to close. A side effect of this action was that the interior of the structure was now almost completely dark. If the dome is touched, I'll know. We're perfectly safe in here. No worries. Gaara assured him. Sounds handy. But did you have to make it pitch black? Naruto asked as he leaned back against the sandy barrier. He then felt a weight crawl onto one of his legs and lean against the left side of his chest. It can't be helped. Either way, I'm the only thing in here other than yourself. You can relax. Gaara said as she made herself comfortable against the former leaf genin. Naruto, opting to simply embrace his current position, wrapped an arm around Gaara and allowed her to remain glued to him. You're really physical. You like this kind of thing a lot, don't you? He asked in reference to the girl's recently acquired tendency to attach herself to him. Gaara peered up at him and smiled. The first time I latched onto you on the roof, I only did it because I was cold. After about 30 seconds, I realized that I absolutely loved being pressed against you. You're very warm and strong, she said. Naruto snickered. That's the girliest thing I've ever heard you say, he said. The redhead furrowed her brow at this and gave him a curious look. What do you mean by that? Is it strange that I like being held by you? She asked skeptically. Naruto shook his head. Not really, I guess. A lot of girls are into that, I think. In Konoha, most of the girls are pining after Sasuke. They'd kill to be cuddling with him, he said. Gaara scrunched up her nose at the information being presented to her. Why on earth would that Mongol be sought after? She muttered. Naruto chuckled and allowed the girl to step over his free leg to fully settle on top of him. I know that you don't like him, and I get it, but he's actually a decent guy. Sorta prickly, but he's a good person, he assured Gaara. He's also a meddling wretch. Maybe he is a better person than I'd care to admit, but I still dislike him, she said. The pair then lapsed into silence for several minutes. Do you not like me touching you so much? I can sleep elsewhere if you'd like. Gaara asked carefully. Naruto thought for a moment. I don't mind much, honestly. You're super light, so it doesn't make me uncomfortable. You also don't really put your hands anywhere where they shouldn't be. You can stay where you are, he replied. The redhead breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes. I'm not exactly sure where my hands shouldn't be, but oh well. I'm glad. Get used to this. I very much like using you as a mattress, she said. I can tell. Get some sleep. Naruto said in response. Gaara nodded and prepared herself for whatever nightmares she may encounter. Before she could fully drift away, she spoke once more. I know it hasn't been very long since we first discussed this, but, do you love me? She asked quietly. Naruto exhaled through his nose. You're still hard for me. It feels really wrong to love a person that kills, but at the same time, you're doing a damn good job of being lovable. I just don't know. I want to, but I'm not sure I can right now, he said honestly. Gaara bit her lip. It's my own fault, I suppose. In my defense, I never expected to love a person. Even if you never truly love me back, I'm satisfied as long as you let me stay with you, she said in a small voice. I'm not saying I never will, Gaara. Just not yet. I need time to sort things out. Until then, I'm more than willing to let you do this kind of thing. Naruto said. Deciding to press her luck, Gaara sat up on top of him and cupped his face. Does this kind of thing involve kissing? She asked hopefully. Naruto rolled his eyes in the dark inside. You've kinda been kissing me a lot lately, he pointed out. The redhead knocked her forehead against his playfully. I'm like a child with a new toy. I want to use it lots. You're very gratifying to kiss. Very easy on my lips, she said. The former leaf genin finally relented. Yeah, okay. You can kiss me or whatever, he grumbled. Taking full advantage of the opportunity, Gaara delicately pressed her lips to his and traced the outline of his face with her hand as she indulged. After a time, she gave him room to breathe. I tried to be more gentle this time, she said. Naruto reddened a tad and glanced away from her face. Did you really not know what kissing was when you asked me? Because you're really good at it, he said awkwardly. Gaara nodded and giggled. I had no clue, but I also knew that if I was ever going to learn, it was going to be from you. And, it sounds to me like you enjoyed that last one, she teased. Yeah, fine. Maybe I did, the blonde grumbled. Satisfied with his confession, Gaara slid back down his body and tucked her head under his chin. I'm glad. Now, I think we should sleep. Good night, Naruto, she said. Naruto cracked a smile and ran a hand through her unkempt red hair. Good night, Gaara. Kakashi heaved a deep breath as he completed his second of 8 laps around Konoha. It was early morning, only 4:30, and he had found himself unable to return to sleeping after waking up at 3. Deciding to make good use of his time rather than simply lying in bed uselessly, he had taken off running without bothering to put on a fresh shirt. The Jonin's cardiovascular endurance had always been superb, but recent times had forced him to call that fact into question. During Team 7's first week of drilling, Naruto had beaten his personal best time by nearly a full minute. To be beaten was one thing, but to be beaten by an hardly pubescent genin was entirely another. Despite desiring to right that wrong months previously, Kakashi had found himself too swamped with separate responsibilities to ever truly train himself individually. The vast majority of his exercise was done with Team 7, for Team 7. Leading a cell was an exhausting lifestyle, and free time was a rarity. And I'm spending my morning off running in circles. What a life I lead, the Jonin mused to himself boredly as he avoided a fallen branch. Though extremely dull, downtime of any sort was a welcome break from the absolute chaos that was bound to ensue. With Naruto and Gaara's departure the previous night not having become public knowledge just yet, the village was essentially in the calm before the storm. The moment that information became widespread, a state of hysteria was likely to set in. With the general populace well aware of the oncoming war, the fact that they possessed a pair of Jinchuriki had been a great comfort. And now they're traveling to the other end of the country to do God knows what. It's funny. For the first time in a long time, Naruto was a beacon of hope to these people, but he left before he could take advantage of it. Kakashi thought to himself. A frown then spread across his masked face. But then again, it was selfish hope. They still didn't give a damn about Naruto. They were just concerned for themselves. Self-centeredness is a common trait around these parts, the silver-haired ninja thought. He then increased his already rapid pace. He was fairly tired already, but the key to stamina activities was to reach a plateau at which one's exhaustion was neither increasing nor decreasing. The balance was essential to maintain a proper pace. They'll probably send out hunters today. I feel sorry for the poor schmucks that are dumb enough to take that job. Kakashi contemplated as the image of Gaara's maddened eyes flashed across his conscience. While much of Sasuke's trepidation about Gaara of the Sand was founded on personal disdain, he was indeed correct about one thing: she was exceptionally dangerous. She was a willing murderer, powerful, seemingly unstable, and incredibly difficult to kill. A death sentence for anybody that didn't possess enough raw power to neutralize her. Sasuke was more than skilled enough to contain her for a stretch of time, but with no real way to injure her consistently, he was doomed to lose. Kakashi himself was more than capable of slaughtering the girl, but doing so was unwise. For better or worse, Naruto was attached to Gaara in some way, shape or form. I've got a strong feeling those two got nice and friendly in prison. Throw two hormonal kids in a cell together, especially a pair of love-starved outcasts, and you're bound to get some interesting results, the Jonin pondered. It was a fair explanation for several things he had observed upon arriving at the northern border. Upon returning to Naruto at Kakashi's behest, Gaara had instantly latched onto his hand and maintained a grip on it. Beyond this, the manner in which they spoke to one another was one that implied familiarity. "Why'd you have to get involved with a nutcase, Naruto?" Kakashi muttered under his breath as he waved to a shop owner. "Well, there's a reason I gave him a copy of Makeout Tactics before he left. If he's going to be alone with her for a while, he may as well make the most of it," Kakashi thought to himself with a grin as he recalled tossing the small orange book to his student just before Naruto had departed. He then reached the conclusion of his third lap. Only 5 remained. At this realization, the Jonin groaned internally. "Why do you torture yourself like this, guy?" Sasuke impatiently motioned for Kiba to rise to his feet. It was the third time in 5 minutes he had sent him to the floor off of a counter. Sparring was a rough activity by nature, but the Uchiha was redefining that standard. He was fighting like he had something to prove. This temperament had not gone unnoticed by Kiba, but the Inuzuka heir had also correctly deduced that bringing it up would be unwise. With Kiba fully recovered and back on his feet, Sasuke resumed his attack on his comrade. The boys quickly entered an exchange they had had several times. They both threw straight, right-handed punches, slipped their heads to their respective lefts, and rebounded off the shift with their opposite hands. In turn, they exchanged hooking left hands, and both landed squarely on their opponent's jaw. Sasuke's mechanics were slightly tighter, allowing him to torque more power into the punch. As a result, Kiba's legs turned to rubber and failed him as he stumbled back and caught himself with his hands. "I think we're done for today," Sasuke said, much to Kiba's relief. After regaining his equilibrium, the Inuzuka heir made his way over to Sasuke and sat down next to him. He looked to be deep in thought. "Something on your mind?" Kiba asked. Sasuke initially didn't react, instead opting to maintain his silence. Eventually, he did acknowledge the boy he had just sparred with. "It's been a week since it all happened. I figured I'd have heard something by now," he said vaguely. His response lacked detail, but Kiba knew what he was referencing. "They're rogue now. The only news we're gonna get on them is whether or not the hunters put them in body bags," he said. The Uchiha cracked his stiff neck and frowned. "We've already had a squad come back empty-handed. There's no way they've gone far enough to be out of reach, and it feels unlikely that either one of them has the savvy to hide from an experienced hunter. It just doesn't add up to me," he pondered aloud. His mentioning of the failed squadron, Kiba was struck by something. "You're right about that. They definitely aren't sharp enough about stealth to stay hidden. Especially not Naruto," he said. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at his comrade's tone. "Sounds to me like you have an idea as to what may be going on," he said. Kiba nodded and settled into a cross-legged sitting position. "When my clan goes on hunts, a tactic we use once in a while is sending off one pack to drive the prey in one direction, and then intercepting them as they adjust their route with another pack. The point of the first advance is entirely to get them to react," he explained. It took Sasuke little time to understand what he was insinuating. "So, what you're saying is that the first squad of hunters was a diversion to make Naruto and Gaara move, and that the next set they send out is the real cleanup crew?" he asked. Kiba nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. They aren't out of the woods. Not at all. Gotta wonder if either one of them's picked up on that. If not, they might be screwed," he said grimly. Sasuke considered the information for several moments before shaking his head. "Naruto's probably clueless, but I doubt Gaara is. That girl is nothing if not observant. She's also a sensor type. She's probably expecting them, and even if she isn't, she'll feel them coming a mile away," he said. Kiba chuckled slightly. "If they can't get the jump on those two, I think the hunters are in for it. Gaara's a monster, and apparently Naruto is even stronger than she is. I don't see how a few hunters are going to beat them," he said with a shake of his head. Sasuke then recalled back to a piece of information that Kakashi had passed on to him several days previously. Apparently, they didn't kill any of the guards during their escape from the prison. Not one of them. They were all either unconscious or incapacitated. None of them were even badly injured, he muttered. Kiba furrowed his brow. "What's that got to do with anything, he asked skeptically. Sasuke snapped back to attention and looked to the Inuzuka heir. It makes me wonder about something. There's no way GAARA would have held back from killing with no prompting. She's a stick of dynamite with a lit fuse. She isn't controlled enough for that. Naruto had to have talked her into it, and if that's the case, he's probably going to hold her to that from here on out, he said. Are you suggesting that they might not kill the hunters? He inquired. Sasuke gave a nod in response. It's not guaranteed, but maybe. I don't know how much Naruto can really control GAARA, but I guess it remains to be seen. He definitely is stronger, so if he's dedicated to pacifism, he could always just take her down again, he said. Kiba then posed a question Sasuke himself had been grappling with. What's up with those two anyways? They were enemies a week and a half ago. Why are they suddenly soul mates or whatever? He asked. It was a fair thing to ask. There was little information to be gleaned from the Uchiha's encounter with the pair other than the fact that the Jinchuriki did seem to be on familiar terms. To be honest, I don't know for sure. I'm convinced they had history before the final round, though. GAARA changed completely when Naruto showed up. It was really strange. I actually visited Naruto before they broke out, and she was leaning on him, totally out cold. Sasuke said, that's fucked up. Like, really? If that means what it sounds like it does, Naruto is getting touchy with a psychopath. Why would he do that? Kiba asked, seemingly disgusted by the idea of GAARA and Naruto being intimate with one another. The Uchiha shuddered. Worst part is, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. It would explain a lot of things. Honestly, though, I can't fault Naruto a ton, he said. The Inuzuka heir scowled. Why the hell not? She's the enemy, and he should know better, he asked gruffly. Sasuke's expression then saddened slightly. Because, for all that she's done wrong, she's something to him that nobody else is. She's relatable. They've been through a lot of the same pain, and let me tell you, nothing is more comforting than shared experience. I hate her, and I'd kill to get another crack at her, but GAARA was always going to get to him. It was never a question of if, only when, he said. Kiba reluctantly relented. Yeah, maybe. Either way, I hope I never have to deal with her again. She was scary, he said. He then paused. Wanna get lunch or something? He asked. The Uchiha thought for a moment before climbing to his feet and nodding. Sounds good to me. GAARA traced shapes in the dirt at her feet. She was bored. Excessively so. There was very little to do other than sleep at the moment, and she had given up on trying several hours ago. In the 7 days that had passed since their departure from Konohagakure, they had managed to fix their sleeping schedule at Naruto's behest. The request had sparked a short debate on the topic, but they had eventually come to the agreement that they would indeed travel during the day on the condition that they decrease their rate of movement slightly. According to Naruto, will now reach the coast in roughly 17 days. A bit longer than before. Then again, that's partially my fault. The redhead thought to herself as she recalled a separate discussion she and her companion had had. Having remembered Kakashi's warning to the pair as they had left pertaining to the time frame in which hunters would come for them, GAARA had been incredibly on edge when the third day of their travel arrived. She had been insistent on running with her gourd open so as to be ready for incoming attacks, and her knuckles had been white the entire day. Much to her and Naruto's surprise, no hunters came. The day was as uneventful and dull as all the rest. After taking a few moments to consider why it may have been, GAARA had come to a realization. Their route was being monitored and stalked at. Upon coming to this conclusion, the girl made a suggestion. I think we should take another path to the coast. GAARA said. The proposition earned her a skeptical glance from the blonde. Why? We're making good time doing what we're doing, he asked skeptically. The redhead glanced around them cautiously and then looked back to Naruto. I feel as though we're being watched. I'd rather not take the risk of being blindsided, she explained. Naruto immediately understood what she was referencing. Hunters, right? He inferred. GAARA nodded and looked on ahead towards an oncoming collection of buildings. They were near a town. Let's settle on the outskirts of that settlement, and then move in the morning. We'll discuss specifics then, she said. Naruto nodded and set out running towards the town, prompting Gaara to follow after him. Whether or not it was the right call to make remained to be seen, but Gaara felt much more secure in their safety now that they were following an alternate path. Though, her own safety mattered little to the redhead. Her decision to move them along a different route was more driven by her desire to keep Naruto out of harm's way without resorting to violence. He was more than capable of defending himself, but his pacifism would likely come back to bite him should he allow even one hunter to live. If left alive, they would inevitably return to Konoha with valuable information about their whereabouts and physical condition. It would be an endless chase. Gaara herself was more than willing to simply cut off the snake's head, so to speak, but she risked nigh permanent disapproval from Naruto by doing so. It was a difficult situation, and one that Gaara despised. There was a serious argument to be made that murder would actually prevent future killing from becoming a necessity. Unfortunately, such a morbid line of thinking would likely fall on deaf ears with Naruto. His stance on murder was a noble one, and it was perfectly justifiable. In certain situations, though, it could also be problematic. It amazes me that somebody so immensely strong could be so gentle by nature. Well, to a point. You certainly do have the capacity to be a force when you need to be. Gaara mused as she gazed at Naruto's sleeping face that lay in her lap. I wonder. If our situations had been reversed during our clash, would I have shown you the same mercy you showed me? She wondered to herself. A quick review of the day of the invasion revealed the obvious answer. I'd have made it as painless as I could have. Still, though, I'm happy with the way things are now. Even if the travel is a bit tedious, she thought to herself. Despite her satisfaction with and appreciation of her current situation, a small twinge of guilt still existed in the back of her mind. For as much as she had benefited from the turn of events, others had not been so fortunate. Gaara's trend of leaving blood and broken bodies in her wake had not been broken just yet. Seemingly in response to her growing unease, an unwelcome voice chimed in. 1 dead, 3 injured, and another whisked away. Not a bad run of things. Well done, Gaara, a dark voice congratulated the redhead. It was a voice Gaara knew all too well, and one she had banished to the corners of her mind since arriving in Konoha. It had still been ever present, but much softer and more suggestive rather than demanding. Leave me alone, Shikaku. Gaara growled within her mind. A low chuckle rippled through her subconscious. I think I'll pass. You have nothing to threaten me with, so I fail to understand why I should listen to you. Shikaku replied. The redhead forced herself to relax and glanced down to make sure Naruto was still asleep. If you want me to go on a rampage, then you're out of luck. I'm in no mood, she said with a scowl. The demon shifted around in her mind and grinned. Aren't you? You didn't feel that way in the prison, and you'd have taken great pleasure in cutting down Sasuke Uchiha at the border. Violence is who you are. No amount of forced affection will ever change that, he said darkly. Gaara shook her head and clenched her jaw. I only ever killed to keep you quiet. Never because I wanted to. If anybody is defined by violence, it's you, she countered. Shikaku laughed out loud, his cackle mad and unrestrained. Spare me, runt. Your killing of the man in the apartment complex was entirely of your own accord. I didn't even have to make the suggestion. You were so consumed by hate that you took a life. I was almost proud of you, he replied. Gaara then hid her eyes behind her bangs and suppressed an urge to punch something. I killed him because he deserved it. That murder was born of love, she snapped back. Shikaku snorted and worked his way to the forefront of her mind. Were your maimings of the leaf genin born of love? No, better yet, do you think such reasoning puts you on some sort of moral high ground? Are you really that deluded? He questioned his Jinchuriki. Gaara bared her teeth and tried to push the demon back into the depths of her subconscious. It was no use. Shut up. She hissed aloud. Shikaku then heaved a sigh and pondered something for several moments. I'm an old being. You're far from my first Jinchuriki, though you're certainly the most naive. It's strange, he mused. Before Gaara could demand a further explanation, Shikaku continued speaking. Of all my hosts, you've been by far the toughest to break. I've influenced you plenty, but you still haven't given in to me. You don't even know how children are made, and yet your will is the strongest. Then again, if this conversation is to be taken at face value, you found your own excuse to kill, so perhaps you just don't need as much prompting, he concluded. When the redhead didn't immediately respond, Shikaku retreated back into the lower regions of her conscience. I'll leave you be for now, but always remember. Love or no love, you're a killer all the same. Hunters are on your trail. You don't have very long, he said before disappearing. For a time, GAARA simply sat in silence, her body shaking slightly as she struggled to calm herself. Conversations with her inner demon never went particularly well, but this most recent encounter had been abysmal. Is it already morning? GAARA flinched and glanced downward. Naruto's eyes were slightly open, just barely visible in the darkness of the sandy shell. Feeling a small speck of warmth return to her, the redhead reached down and grazed her fingers over his eyelids to close them. No, not yet. I'm sorry for waking you, she whispered back. The blonde gave a tired nod and closed his eyes once more. His breathing soon evened, signifying his return to sleep. GAARA sighed and leaned down to touch his forehead with her lips. Come what may, I'll protect you. A man with reptilian skin and serrated teeth glanced to his left at his partner, who appeared to be deep in thought. It was his most common state of being, but it still created a few too many uncomfortable silences. It also tended to lead them off course. When he committed himself to a task, he pursued it relentlessly. He was tireless and focused. Give me one good reason that we should be in the land of fire, the sharp-toothed man asked impatiently. His partner paid him no heed. He simply kept up his pace and remained fixated on the terrain ahead of him. Disliking being ignored, the reptilian man growled slightly. Don't ignore me. Tell what we're doing, he said a bit more forcefully. His partner finally acknowledged him by stopping suddenly and casting him an eerie look. I have a message to deliver to a man. I need to reinforce the terms of a deal I made with him some time ago, he replied. He then sighed. Try to be patient, Kisame-san. We'll be arriving within days, he said. Kisame raised a non-existent eyebrow and gave his partner a skeptical look. I never took you for the type to blackmail. I'm stuck between being impressed and being disappointed. You're an odd one, Itachi, he said. The Uchiha adjusted the collar of his black and red robe. I'm not blackmailing him. I'm just holding him accountable. That's all, he corrected as he filed his nails with one of his many kunai. Kisame chuckled. Let me guess, it involves your bite-sized brother, he asked. Itachi gave a curt nod, clearly still focused on whatever he planned to do upon their arrival at their destination. It goes without saying, but I'd prefer if you kept this little endeavor quiet from our superiors, he said. Kisame shrugged his shoulders and jogged to catch up with Itachi, who had increased his walking pace. It's not as though I could get away with it if I tried. Our dynamic is well established at this point, he said. The Uchiha's lips pulled into the ghost of a smile. You have little reason to worry. You're on my good side, unlike a certain someone. Of all the places GAARA had expected to be ambushed, in the middle of a somewhat populous township had felt like the most unlikely. In broad daylight, no less. In many ways, it had been her own fault. Opting to take a pointless walk was likely not the wisest of decisions in their current situation, but the redhead had done so nonetheless. The walk had started out quite pleasantly. The people were generally quite friendly, with an old woman even referring to GAARA as the cutest thing she'd ever seen at one point, but it had become anything but tranquil fairly quickly. Any ninja of any value was capable of detecting pending danger, sensor type or not. It always started a subtle feeling of unease. A nagging sense that something was wrong. It then tended to progress into genuine nervousness, which would quickly evolve into a sharpened focus. It was a process. One that a person needed to master should they hope to survive in a world filled with danger. GAARA's focus did indeed sharpen, but not enough to avoid the worst possible start to the fight to come. That poor start began with a kunai whizzing past her face and slicing open her cheek. Unflappable as always, the redhead simply narrowed her eyes and glanced around her as the civilians of the township looked on in a panicked silence. They had clearly never seen real combat before. Not in person. Their reaction actually served GAARA well, as it made her task of sorting out who was and wasn't threatening significantly easier. Within moments, GAARA had picked out 8 individuals whose posture and demeanor did not fit those around them. With the identification process out of the way, GAARA began to ponder what she planned to do. Naruto is at the opposite edge of town, and he isn't a censor. I'm likely on my own. So be it then. I have the freedom to end this as I please, she thought to herself as the 8 people she had silently picked out all moved in unison. She had guessed correctly, which was good, but she was also being surrounded, which was decidedly not good. Deciding to clear the area, GAARA allowed her sand to explode from her gourd in all directions. The massive cloud of sand hovered and twisted around her like a specter, sending the crowd around her into a fearful retreat. All that remained after a moment were the people that had been surrounding her. Taking a glance at each of them individually, GAARA cleared her throat. Is there really any point in keeping up appearances now that we're this deep in? Your henges are meaningless, she asked, folding her arms across her chest as she spoke. Though she received no verbal response, the figures around her changed in appearance. They now resembled the Anbu of Konoha, though with slight differences. Their masks were much the same, but their attire was darker in color with less uniformity. I figured we'd have more time. We changed trajectory 4 days ago, and quite sharply. Perhaps they predicted this, the redhead thought to herself. The arrival of the hunters certainly complicated things. Depending on how difficult a task they turned out to be, they would slow down her and Naruto's rush for the coast, and the battle itself would likely start rumors throughout the region they were currently in. You'd be wise to tell us where Naruto Uzumaki is as of now. Reveal that information, and we may let you live, a hunter to her left said. The redhead shifted her eyes towards the man who had spoken. Aren't you supposed to retrieve us? That's what I thought hunters were for, she asked, a hint of sarcasm dripping into her voice. The hunters then drew kunai as a collective group. We have very specific orders regarding the 2 of you. Naruto is to be left alive and retrieved no matter what, but you're considered an expendable commodity. We can do without you, the same hunter explained. GAARA laughed to herself and allowed a smirk to spread across her face. Then what I'm about to do to you could be considered self-defense, she said before sending her sand outward in an omnidirectional wave. The hunters all jumped straight upwards to avoid being crushed. They then sent a rain of kunai and shuriken down towards the stationary Jinchuriki. A portion of her sand instantly returned to her vicinity and deflected them, completely shielding her from harm. Once the hunters touched down on the ground once more, they all charged in with longer blades drawn. Despite attacking her from nearly every direction, they still found no success. They simply could not penetrate her barrier. At this realization, GAARA sighed and gave them a bored look. Come now. A genin gave me more trouble than this less than 2 weeks ago. Your pride is on the line, she goaded them. The sound of a chuckle then alerted her senses. We know that. We also know how he did it, one of the hunters said. A burst of flames then crashed into GAARA from behind and sent her to her knees. The sediment surrounding her instantly repelled the hunters straining against it in response. Though the redhead was not down for long, the pain in her back remained. The flames had burned away the back of her tunic and seared her skin. Even with the assistance of her tailed beast, it would take several hours to heal. Blindsiding tactics. Only 7 of them charged at me. I should have paid better attention, she lamented as she grit her teeth in response to the pain. She then came to a silent decision. Hate it all you want, Naruto. I'm solving this problem right now, she vowed. A tendril of sand then shot out and seized one of the hunters by the throat. Before the others could realize what was about to happen, a snapping sound echoed throughout the empty street. The hunter she had selected then dropped to the ground. He was dead. At this, the group redoubled their efforts to strike her down. Unfortunately for them, GAARA was now entirely focused on the task at hand, which was to comprehensively eliminate each and every one of them. Two were killed instantly in identical fashion to the first, as their necks were broken in short order. The five that remained reacted by gathering together in front of her, seemingly preparing to drive a hole through her defenses with blunt force. I wouldn't put too much stock into the idea that linear blitzes are the answer to your endless list of problems, but I can indulge you if you'd like. Gaara sneered. The hunters then took her invitation. They made a charge for her front, only scattering at the last moment. Predictable. Gaara thought to herself confidently as she restrained each of them individually. With her enemies momentarily right in front of her, Gaara drew a kunai and slashed it across her field of vision. What resulted was a spray of blood that painted her face. She had cut two of their throats in one fell swoop. What the hell are you? One of the three remaining hunters sputtered as he was fully encased in sand with one of his comrades. The redhead gave him a falsely sweet smile and raised up one of her hands, causing the mass of sand they were trapped within to rise. That depends on your perspective. To most, I'm an outcast. To very few, I'm just a socially awkward little girl. To you, I'm an executioner, she said darkly. She then closed her hand into a fist. The mass of sand then collapsed in on the two unfortunate hunters, crushing them utterly. All that remained was a single hunter. Would you prefer to die quickly or slowly? She asked the man as he dangled before her. Just as the hunter began to respond, however, a new voice reverberated across the area. What the hell is going on? The redhead looked back over her shoulder, spotting Naruto standing at the edge of the block with a kunai drawn. He looked both shocked and angry. Ironically, it was difficult to tell who these emotions were directed towards. Unfortunately, his arrival had weakened Gaara's focus. Her sand's grip around the hunter softened just enough for him to kick Gaara off balance and cause her to drop him. The final hunter then made a charge towards Naruto, much to the shock of both rogue genin. A scream of panic escaped Gaara's throat just as the hunter swung his blade down towards Naruto's neck. Just before the metal could touch the blonde's throat, though, the hunter stopped. Gaara's eyes widened. Slowly but surely, the man slumped to the ground at Naruto's feet. A quick glance at the former Leaf Genin's hands told the entire story. The kunai he had come with was no longer there. He had stabbed the hunter as he had entered. Once it was clear that the man was dead, Gaara heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God. She thought to herself. Sadly, Naruto's reaction was far less positive. He stumbled back away from the body of the man he had just impaled and fell to his rear end with his eyes practically popping out of his skull. His mouth hung open, his hands were shaking, and his breathing was rapid. It took Gaara little time to realize what was happening. She immediately rushed over to him, easily hopping over the body to do so. Are you okay? She asked urgently. Naruto stared right through her. He was in shock. Deducing that words were useless at the moment, Gaara reached out and pulled him into a tight hug. After a time, she let him go and studied him. Talk to me, Naruto, she gently pressed. He attempted to do as he was told, but fumbled over his words numerous times before finally squeaking out a sentence. I killed him, I really killed him. He whispered hoarsely. He was struggling badly to cope with the reality that he had taken a life. Gaara gripped his shoulders firmly and steered him away from the body. You did what you had to do. He was moving to kill you. It was self-defense, she assured him. Naruto shook his head rapidly and shuddered. I didn't have to kill him. I could have just knocked him out. But I panicked and I. He stuttered. The redhead bit her lip and cupped his face. It was utterly heartbreaking to listen to. He would have killed you, Naruto. Letting him live would have made things harder in the future. The hunters would have come back, she reasoned carefully. Tears then started falling from the blonde's eyes. He might have had a family. I might have just killed somebody's dad, he said tearfully. Gaara gingerly turned his head upwards to make him meet her eyes. Maybe, but he was also about to take you away from the people who love you. I don't know what I'd do with myself if you died, and I'm sure your teacher and teammates would be heartbroken. It works both ways, Naruto, she said. Her fellow Jinchuriki's bottom lip quivered as he gazed at her, seemingly bothered by something. Within moments, Gaara realized what the issue was. My face matching my hair isn't helping you, is it? She asked with a sigh. Naruto shook his head and turned away from her. Much to his discomfort, Gaara pulled his face back in front of hers. Why? Why do people die wherever you go? He asked britly. The redhead gave him an apologetic smile and shrugged her shoulders. I'm a monster. Simple as that. A monster that loves you, and a monster that's going to protect you. I know you're scared of me, and that's okay. I just need you to understand that you're always safe. I cross my heart, she said sincerely. The blonde then fully broke down into tears, wailing and sobbing as Gaara held him tightly against her chest. Eventually, he calmed down slightly and pulled a few inches away from her. Am I a monster now? I killed somebody, he asked. Gaara shook her head and gave him a brief, unintentionally bloody kiss on the lips. Absolutely not. You never will be. You're the sweetest, warmest person I know. You're an angel, if anything, she said lovingly. Naruto stared into her blood-framed blue eyes for several moments. I think I love you, he said with uncertainty. Gaara felt her spirit soar at his words, but remained calm to ask a question. What makes you say that now? What changed? She asked curiously. Naruto glanced back at the body and pursed his lips. I couldn't say it before because I thought it'd be wrong to love a killer, but, I guess I'm one too now, he explained ashamedly. His words hurt the redhead slightly, but she had also known of his reasoning in the back of her mind the entire time. I'm glad you can love me now, even if it came about through undesirable means. Gaara said. She then helped Naruto to his feet and wiped the blood from her face. We should leave. I doubt we'll be welcome here after this, she suggested. The blonde nodded stiffly and took the hand Gaara had silently offered him. Why yeah, let's get going. Gaara sighed contentedly as she leaned back in the sheets. It had been nearly 2 weeks since she had slept in a bed, and she had forgotten how much more comfortable it was than the ground or a cell's floor. She and Naruto had advanced on from the township after their brutal encounter with the hunters, and using the money Gaara had discreetly looted from their bodies, they had checked into a roadside inn. Much to the redhead's delight, they were sharing a single bedroom. At present, Naruto was taking his first shower in many days. Gaara had allowed him to go first, as she wanted to revel in the humble luxuries of a hotel room. Namely the bed. She had rolled around on it, fallen off of it, and hidden herself under the covers, among other things. Since they had practically no luggage, the room was very open. They were also sheltered from the elements by something other than a dark shell of sand, which was a great comfort to both. In general, Gaara was overjoyed. Other than her merciless slaughter of the hunters, it had been a brilliant day that was only bound to get better. Though by means that were less than ideal, Naruto had finally accepted his love for her, and he seemed to be recovering well from his accidental killing. He had been in fairly high spirits upon their arrival at the inn. His comfort is my comfort, his happiness is my happiness. Stay this way, my love, she thought to herself. As her eyes drifted across the room, she spotted something on the lamp table that stood in the leftmost corner. It was a small object wrapped in cloth, no larger than a notepad. It was the item Kakashi had tossed to the blonde just before their departure. With her curiosity mounting, Gaara swung her legs over the edge of the bed and made her way to the lamp table. After crossing the room, she unwrapped the cloth to reveal the identity of the item. It was a small book with an orange cover. When subjected to further scrutiny, it also had 2 words printed across one of the cover sides. Makeout, tactics. Gaara muttered to herself, perplexed by the odd choice of titling. Deciding that she had little else to do, the redhead took the book back to the bed with her and slid back under the covers. She then opened the book and began to read. For the next 5 minutes, she carefully consumed its contents. The more she read, the more intrigued and confused she became. Immediately, there were concepts and words she had never heard before. Luckily for the girl, answers were provided for her many questions as she flipped through the pages. For reasons she could not fully discern, Gaara took great pleasure in reading the small orange book. It was enjoyable in a way quite unlike anything she had ever experienced. Unfortunately, her reading session was interrupted by the sound of the bathroom door opening. Suddenly feeling as though what she had been doing was wrong in some way, GAARA instantly hid the book under her pillow. Slowly but surely, Naruto emerged from the bathroom. Oddly enough, he was wearing a set of pajamas. You're not gonna believe this, but they actually have extra clothes in there. I think I saw a nightgown or two, he notified his companion. The redhead nodded and nervously removed herself from the bed. Good to know. I think I'll take my shower now. I'll try not to be long, she said as she passed him and made her way into the bathroom. Once inside, she shut the door behind her and looked around. As Naruto had said, there were two separate piles of extra clothes. One was clearly meant for men, as it had shirts and long pajama pants, while the other was nightgowns. Relieved that she wouldn't be forced to sleep in her bloody tunic, GAARA relaxed slightly. Her mind then wandered back to the small orange book. I think I'll read the rest of it tonight. Though, that would mean I can't be as close to him as I'd like to be, she thought to himself. She then shrugged and turned towards the shower. Oh well. We're booked for 3 nights. I'll just have to snuggle him tomorrow night instead. Sasuke glanced around the room pensively. He had been summoned to the Hokage building nearly 20 minutes ago, and he was still awaiting the arrival of his summoner. It was a mind-numbing experience. The room was bland, and there was virtually nothing interesting to look at. Oddly enough, sounds didn't appear to echo in the small chamber. It was fortified. Soundproofed, it seemed. Though the identity of the person who had called for him was still factually unknown to him, Sasuke's intuition led him to an obvious answer. An unsettling one to be sure, but one that made a great deal of sense. This is on you, Sensei, the Uchiha grumbled within his mind as he recalled Kakashi's vow to meddle in political affairs. A few moments later, the door across the room from him creaked open to reveal the suspected arranger of the sudden meeting. Danzo, who had just entered the room, looked the young genin up and down before nodding to no one in particular and shutting the door behind him. He then sat down on the opposite side of the room in an identical chair to Sasuke's. Forgive the long wait. I had some minor errands to run. Inventory and such, you understand, the old man apologized politely. Sasuke remained as stoic as was possible given his position. That's fine. What exactly am I here for? Missions are mostly shut down at the moment, if I'm remembering right, he asked. Danzo nodded his head, but quickly made a correction to the genin's response. Missions of little importance, yes. Prominent issues and happenings still require our attention, though. Which, as I'm sure you've easily deduced, is why you're here right now, he replied. The Uchiha perked up slightly at the revelation, but tempered himself. The man before him was still not to be trusted. Not in the slightest. You've got an assignment for me, then. Am I hearing this right? He inferred. Danzo folded his hands in his lap and adjusted his positioning in his chair. Before we get to that, I'd like to know your opinion on something, he said, earning a narrowed look of skepticism from the genin. Why would you need my take on something? You're the one in control. Sasuke asked. Danzo mentally applauded the Uchiha for his boldness, but maintained his calm. Because, it directly pertains to you. I would like to know your exact measurement of GAARA's strength. Depending on what you say, I may have some information for you, he said, piquing Sasuke's interest. Why would you need to know that? The success or failure of the hunter should tell you all you need to know. Sasuke pointed out. Danzo shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps, but an accurate measurement of her capabilities is still impossible to discern from a pile of bodies. Especially with Naruto present, given that he was quite obviously beyond her when they fought on another. You faced her twice. You know better than anybody else, he said. Sasuke pondered whether or not he should answer for several seconds. There was good reason to keep his mouth shut, but doing so could cost him. Eventually, he relented. She's stronger than me, but weaker than Naruto. She can transform into a demonic form when she's cornered, but it takes time. That second state is what I couldn't beat the first 2 times we fought. She's probably too much for a group of hunters to handle. Especially with Naruto there to help, he explained. Danzo stroked his chin and nodded along. Yes, that's what I figured. She did appear to be transformed when we captured her. Though, she did revert once we imprisoned her. Now, this segues us smoothly into my second question, he said. Sasuke furrowed his brow and hesitantly motioned for the old man to continue. Danzo leaned forward in his chair. Given more time to prepare with foreknowledge of what she's capable of, do you think that you would be able to bring her down in a third encounter? He asked as he eyed the boy intently. Sasuke thought for a moment. That, seriously depends. I know for a fact that I can kill her with a jutsu of mine, but it's a dice roll. So, I guess the answer is, maybe, he said. Danzo nodded and stood up from his chair. I know how much you'd like to fight her again. And believe me, I understand why. She's taken away one of our own, and she's a threat to any and all who stand against her. Your ire for her is perfectly justified. Something I think you'll find interesting, according to what we can infer from their initial route and directionality of travel, they're heading for the ruins of Uzushigakure, he explained. Sasuke looked on in confusion as the old man headed for the door. Why would they be going there? That doesn't make any sense, he asked. Danzo stopped in the doorframe and glanced back at the Uchiha. Doesn't it? You are aware of who used to dwell on that coast, aren't you? He asked. Sasuke shook his head and awaited an answer to his silent question. Before you were born, Uzushio was an ally of Konoha. The swirl symbol on our uniforms was once their emblem. They were wiped out long ago. That's why Naruto has so few family members, among other things. The Uzumaki clan hailed from the coast, the old man said. A dry chuckle then escaped his lips. I don't know when he found out about that, or even how, but I suppose he's returning home in a sense, he said. The Uchiha's eyes widened as numerous things snapped together within his mind. As he processed, Danzo stepped out of the room completely. Do with that information what you will. If you wish to discuss a task to pursue them, come talk to me. I'm sure we can work something out. You're free to return to your daily business whenever you so choose, he called from the hallway before disappearing around a corner. Once he was gone, Sasuke released the breath he had been holding. His mind was spinning. His emotions were at war with one another. It felt cruel to potentially rob Naruto of a chance to settle in what essentially was his homeland, but to let Gaara's atrocities simply go unpunished felt equally wrong. Justice or mercy? An agonizing choice indeed. His disdain and disapproval of the red-headed Jinchuriki was potent, and it ate away at him daily, but she was still a person to whom Naruto was endeared. Silently, with great hesitancy, Sasuke rose to his feet and exited the room. I'll do what I have to do. Naruto sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly as he plodded towards his and Gaara's temporary base of operations. The hotel had been cheap, if not high quality. The low price had been quite appealing, and the blonde had been prepared for the conditions. What he had not been prepared for, however, was the negligible difference in quality between his former apartment and the less than appealing hotel room he and his fellow Jinchuriki would be sharing for the following 2 nights. It was late, nearly 11:30, and Naruto was nearing the end of his rope. Days of relentless travel, leftover grief, and a literal ocean of stress had drained his usually boundless supply of energy substantially. As he trudged on down the final stretch of the hallway, the former genin of Konoha tore his mind away from the depressing path of his nostalgia and focused himself on the situation at hand. The destination he had in mind was half a country away, but still reachable. Once he and Gaara arrived, it was likely they would not be forced to move to retain their invisibility from the hunter shinobi of the leaf. With the help of Gaara's sand, it was likely that the pair could reach their end point within 2 weeks. It really is handy that the sand can operate without draining Gaara's chakra. That way we can just hunker down and rest whenever we need to, he thought to himself. At that thought, the blonde reached the door to his temporary dwelling. He gripped the handle and turned it, pushing the door open and stepping inside a moment later. The lights were off save for a lamp in the corner, which Gaara was seated by. The sound of his entry drew a lazy glance upward from the redhead. Back from your stroll? She asked calmly. Naruto nodded and flopped down onto the bed that was centered against the northmost wall of the relatively small room. It got a little cold, so I gave up. Besides, I don't think being outside alone is a great idea right now, he explained. Gaara stood up from her small wooden chair and stretched. Yes, that's true. Though, I highly doubt a simple squadron of middling ninja could even lay a finger on you if you took them seriously, she replied. The blonde nodded and removed his slashed forehead protector. Probably true. The problem would still be that our hiding place wouldn't be a hiding place anymore. We'd have to move again, he pointed out. The rogue Kunoichi chuckled dryly. I'm well accustomed to sleeping very little, so I'd be up for it. You on the other hand, not so much, she said jabbingly. Naruto sat back up on the edge of the bed and looked at his companion. She was wearing one of the nightgowns provided by the inn that they had discovered the night before. It was simple and clean. Despite the conservative and bland nature of the outfit, he found himself momentarily stuck in a stare. Luckily for him, Gaara had distracted herself just long enough by fidgeting with a few strands of her hair to give Naruto time to recompose himself without catching her attention. You've been sleeping more lately, but I still think you need more rest, he said. Gaara met his gaze and shrugged. Sleeping against you has been a great help, so you have no need to worry. I won't die from sleep deprivation. Though, I'll likely always have these horrendous circles under my eyes, she said, her voice lowering to an irritated mutter for the final sentence. Despite her hushed tone, Naruto heard her. Says a lot of good about you that you managed to be pretty with the circles, though, he commented. The moment the statement left his mouth, Naruto felt himself redden. Fortunately or unfortunately, his words had a similar effect on Gaara, who immediately turned pink. Well, you've never seen my eyes without them, so you wouldn't know any better, she stammered, a small smile on her face as she averted eye contact. Pushing through his nervousness, Naruto forced himself to speak further. Maybe not, but I like the way you look, he said awkwardly. The redhead clasped her hands together down by her waist and looked to the floor. Save for a few stray comments, those are the first compliments I've received in quite some time. You're very sweet, she said gratefully. Naruto scratched the back of his head. No problem. You deserve to be told the truth, so that's what I'm doing, he said. It took Gaara a little time to decipher the underlying compliment. Thank you, Naruto. I'll be blunt, I didn't come to love you for your appearance. Not that you're ugly, far from it. But this conversation is just a reminder of what drew me to you, she said, finally raising her gaze up from the floor to look at him. The blonde felt his chest tighten at her use of the word love. Gaara, as a shark would smell blood, easily noticed the effect her words had taken. I know that you haven't been told that you're loved very much, but you'll be hearing it plenty from now on. I mean it every single time. More than I can express, she said warmly. The former genin of Konoha relaxed a bit and smiled. For a girl who sucks at being social, you sure do have a way with words, he said with a grin. Gaara chuckled, sat down beside him on the bedside, and leaned her head on his shoulder before sighing contentedly. Only with you, Naruto. I'm still a mess with other people. Not that it matters. You're all that I value, frankly. Well, save for my sister and brother, she said softly. She then turned her head and kissed his cheek. Naruto smiled and gently put an arm over her shoulders. You'll make some friends along the way. Trust me, you will, he assured her. Gaara nodded and brought herself closer to him with her mouth now close to his ear. I appreciate your confidence in me, but for now, I'm satisfied with just you, she whispered in his ear. For reasons unknown to him, Naruto shuddered. As she always did, Gaara quickly detected his subtle reaction. Buoyed by the blonde's subconscious acknowledgement, Gaara kept her lips in close proximity to his ear. I have a question for you. A similar one to the one I asked you in the prison cell, she continued. Naruto immediately turned a deep red color. Suddenly, he found that his tongue was tied. When he didn't respond, Gaara filled the silence. You do remember, don't you, Naruto-kun? She purred. The addition of the honorific pushed the blonde over the edge, prompting him to attempt to scoot away a few inches. Having anticipated the movement, Gaara simply fell back while grasping his arm. Her momentum pulled Naruto on top of her as her back hit the bedsheets. Don't leave me now. I was only teasing, she joked as Naruto stared down at her uncomfortably. Opting to give in rather than resist further, the former Leaf Genin sighed. Yeah, I do remember what you asked me. You asked me about how kissing worked and what it was, he said. The redhead nodded and reached up to touch his face. Yes, I did. You were an excellent teacher, she said suggestively. Naruto's eye twitched and his face flushed further. You didn't really give me much of a choice, you know, he grumbled. Gaara smiled and brushed back his bangs gently. Oh please. You enjoyed yourself whether you want to admit it or not. I know I certainly did, she replied. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. You said you had another question. What is it? Hand-holding or something, he asked. Gaara shook her head and shrugged one of her nightgown's shoulder straps off on the left side. I've been doing some reading recently, and the book told of a step beyond kissing. Something called sex, I think, she said, slowing her rate of speaking near the end to recall the term she had just learned. The moment the explanation had been concluded, Naruto's eyes widened to saucers. What the hell have you been reading? He asked tensely. Gaara gestured over to the table on which the still-lit lamp stood. Next to the light source was a small orange book. The color of the softback immediately clicked in Naruto's mind. Man, I just can't catch any kind of break, can I? He thought to himself tiredly. Before he could retreat further into his thoughts, Gaara snapped him back to attention by speaking again. Now, as for my question, it's actually more of a request. I would like you to have sex with me, as the book would say, she clarified. Naruto remained silent for a moment. Do you know what you're asking me? He asked carefully. Gaara nodded her head and blushed a bit. Yes. I'm asking you to remove your clothes and insert your dash, she began. Before she could finish the sentence, Naruto cut her off. No, that's not what I mean. If you've read that book, you know how it literally works. What I'm saying is, do you really want to do that with me? He cut in. The redhead nodded and reached up again. This time she wrapped her arms around the back of his neck and pulled him downwards towards her lips. She then kissed him softly for several moments before releasing him. I don't want to do this simply because I get warm between my legs when I look at you, though I do from time to time. I want to do this because the people in the book were happy. They treated the act as a symbol of unity between man and woman. I want that with you. I want us to be bound together, she said. Naruto pursed his lips and averted his eyes from hers. That's really sweet, but being tied to me isn't something you should want. We already share a birthday, he said dejectedly. Gaara sighed and turned his face back towards her with her hands. I want everything to do with you. Your pain, your sorrows, your flaws, everything. Being connected to you is something I not only desire, but something I need at this point. You're all I have, she said quietly. Naruto felt his heart melt at her words. Are you sure? We're kinda young, he pointed out. The redhead nodded and shrugged the second shoulder strap of her nightgown from her body. Young in body, but given how much we've been through and the things we've seen, I'd say we're more than qualified. Now please, let's love each other, she said as her chest and collarbone became more exposed. Naruto considered his options for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'm willing, he said. Gaara then pressed her lips to his, applying more force than before. After a moment of adjustment, the blonde returned the gesture in kind. Once they had exhausted their oxygen, the pair separated their mouths. A thin trail of saliva connected their lips as they took in breath. Gaara licked her lips and smiled softly before laying flat on her back and squirming her upper body fully out of her nightgown. Please be gentle, she requested as she gazed up at the boy she loved. Naruto gave a reassuring nod. From that night forward, they were bound together.